Hey everybody, welcome to the Denizens 2 Countdown Show. I'm Joseph Goodman of Goodman Games, and that, or maybe that, is Matt. Matt, you want to say hi wherever you are?
I am here. My name is Matt Hildebrand. I work as the art director for Goodman Games, and I get to work on cool monsters with that guy
Yep,
right there.
wherever he is. Hey,
Yep.
everybody. I'm Chris Doyle. I am the director of product development on the 5E side. Normally, you see Mike and myself. We're a two-part package, but don't worry, you're going to be seeing lots of Mike later on. It's just that we are planning for an overtime show like no other, so we're actually being wise about it and actually planning ahead of time. So I'm here now.
That was smart of us. We're pretty smart sometimes.
Yeah, it only takes us how many? What's this? Our 45th crowdfunding thing? Figured it out. So
something like that.
Yeah.
Now, actually, I'm going to ask a question, Elena. This is a technical question. I'm trying to get this to work on. Pardon us, folks. We have to sort out technical stuff. Elena, can you give me the pop out again? Because it's not working for some reason on the backer kit thing. I don't know if I did it wrong or what. Hold everybody. We're chatting amongst ourselves about exciting technical stuff. And Elena, the error I'm getting is it says on the backer kit page, it says playback on other websites has been disabled by the video owner. It may. All right, great. She knows what that is. We clicked the wrong thingy. All right. Sometimes it helps to click the right thingy.
An errant click? Oh my gosh.
There we are. We are live. Okay, cool. Now we're officially live. Great.
Okay.
All right. Hi, everybody. Chris and Matt, how's the weather? We were just talking about that. Apparently it's cold.
Yeah. It's a little chilly, but spring, we'll probably skip spring and go right to summer, probably. So
yeah,
that's the way to do it.
I think that's probably likely. It's the same way, fall's the best season. That's all there is to it. And
I think we all agree.
Yeah, I think any right-minded person would. I feel like we get like a week of fall, right? It's like summer, and then a tiny little, and then all of a sudden it's winter, right?
Yeah.
And meanwhile, I want like 3 falls. I want fall, and then
But you fell down recently?
Yeah, exactly. And I can't get up. And then I would give my wife a summer because I love her, but then it's back to fall. Three more falls. That's I don't know where that exists, but that's where I want to live.
I mean, I bet there's a map somewhere that shows like climates, and seasons, and where you get a lot of winter or not a lot of winter, but nobody gets a lot of fall. I don't think. You never hear about like scenic Wobegon, when they're amazing 6-month fall. I was in Chicago for years, and they do have like a 6-month winter. It just went on and on. It was still snowing in May. I still remember that. A friend of mine was like, it's still going to be snowing in May. And I was like, that cannot be true. And it was.
I mean, we're close. It's halfway through April, and it was like under freezing last night. I don't understand. I don't get
it. Well, I'm calling in from California. We have 2 seasons, which is on fire, not on fire. So luckily we're not on fire right now, but we got a lot of rain. So we're all really happy. The hills are all green, should get us through the summer. But it's always a little nerve wracking these days.
Yeah, I know we're going to see Will later on today, and I know he's in the same boat. He's in your time zone, but he's much further north. But still, the fires are a yearly concern for sure. Probably even seasonal, I guess.
We have to ask Will. I don't know if I should say this on air. He's a little bit of a survivalist. He has all sorts of plans. So we got to ask him about his survivalist plans. He's the one who first told me I should buy silver ingots and bury them in my yard.
That sounds like a Will thing to say.
That sounds like he's anticipating werewolves.
Exactly. So he's got a plan. We got to ask him about his plan.
Totally the case. Yeah, it involves owning chickens. I know that's one thing because he's tried to talk me into that before. But it sounds like silver ingots and chickens are the first 2 steps in the survival plan. So.
Everybody's got chickens these days. At my younger son's school,
whenever there's a blizzard or something happens, everybody runs out and buys milk and eggs. So this way, if you've got chickens, you don't have to run out. Or at least for the eggs. So.
I was going to say, do your chickens make milk?
Yeah, well, they could. You just don't get a lot.
So I had chickens when I was a kid. I don't know if I told you guys this story, but the kid who lived across the street from me was named Baron Mitchell. And I can't remember how, but somehow his dad got a bunch of chickens and had extras. So of course, what you do is you walk around to all the neighborhood kids and see if they want free chickens. So I was like, I'll take some chickens. And I was like 3rd or 4th grade. So me and the neighborhood kids, I must have been a latchkey kid, or maybe my parents were inside or something. What I remember was I got 4 chickens from Barron's dad, and we all decided we needed somewhere to keep them. And the best solution to our brains was to dig a big hole and put them in. They're like pit chickens, put them in the pit. So I remember my mom coming home from work, and me and like 6 other neighborhood boys were digging a giant pit in her vegetable garden. And she was like, "Why are you digging a hole?" And we're like, "Well, that's where we're going to put the chickens, obviously." And
that just makes it easier for the foxes to get them, to be honest with
Good point. Yes. But we dug a hole that was like impressively deep, like up to our shoulders. I mean, it must have been whatever, 3 feet given our height, and we were down there with the chickens, like digging deeper. But my parents let me keep the chickens until we eventually ate them for dinner, like 6 months later. But we had a good run.
Nice.
It got a lot of eggs.
Yeah. Did you name them before you ate them?
I don't
name
remember
them.
naming them.
Don't name
I
them.
do remember how we killed them. I'm not going to tell that story on air.
Oh.
But yeah, but they tasted fine, as I recall.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Well, whenever you tell that story, I have a turkey slaughtering story that we can share. Probably not appropriate for a live stream.
Maybe this is our Dungeon Con like
Right.
night out.
That could be the case.
Stories about killing wild fowl.
Yep, true story. The good thing is chickens seem much more lovable than turkeys, so that probably it might be harder to pull that off.
We do a lot of chicken themed monsters popping up in the chat here. Were chickens and dire chickens. So that sounds like backer submitted monsters if I ever heard it. So
that's true. I think we have to hit another, like, we were getting close to the next tier of submissions. Another
2, yeah.
Yeah, whatever it is. So yeah, start brainstorming on your chicken
backers.
ideas, folks. Yeah,
147 backers for 2 more monsters to be added from the backers. So right now, I believe we're at 14, if I'm correct. We're at 14
okay.
right now, I think. I need to check to make sure I'm not lying.
Shane says he's been chased by wild turkeys. Yeah, it's funny. I live in California, there's a lot of open space. I went hiking with my boys this weekend, and we actually we heard first, then saw a wild turkey just like wandering around in the hills. And they are like, you can totally see the velociraptor in their structure, like you can see where that comes from. And if you were a little kid, like it'd be pretty scary because those turkeys are actually quite large.
They are. And they're generally in packs too. They were having troubles in New Jersey. They were wandering into like city areas and stuff and actually like acting like gangs. They were actually like harassing people and stuff. So it's like, yeah.
Do you have to flash the right colors so you don't,
Yeah. It was a success story though, because when I was in college in New Jersey, we didn't have wild turkeys, and they were working on reintroducing them, and now there's wild turkeys everywhere. So success.
I guess that is good. We don't want them to go extinct, but we also don't want look at this comment, cage matches in the parking lot among wild turkeys.
Wow.
In Jim's sketch, no worries, man, we know you contributed. You earned your keep by far, so no worries. Yeah, how do we even get started talking about turkeys and chickens?
The silver ingots and the chickens in the backyard. So
oh, that's right, it's all Will's fault. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
True story.
We should probably say something about monsters.
Monsters?
Yeah, isn't that what we're here for?
Oh, a Gobbler Witch. Yeah, Stefan Surratt. He's got that right.
That's right. That was our Thanksgiving adventure 3-4 years ago, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. My kids, when we saw this wild turkey, we started talking about, we've all seen a chicken fly, right? I mean, they fly for like 10 feet,
Right.
I couldn't hear that. My 7-year-old asked me, do turkeys fly? And I was like, I actually don't know. I've never, do they fly?
They roost up in trees. They can like very, very short amount of times. They actually go up in trees to avoid predators. So
really,
so I think they might even spend the night in trees. I'm not sure, but they can't fly like long. It's got to be a low tree. It can't be like a redwood. They might have trouble with out in your neck of the woods. So
so it's more like a VTOL, right?
Yeah,
remember from G.I. Joe,
they'd have to stand on a couple of Ewoks to be able to get to the lower limbs.
Yeah, exactly.
They
yeah.
fly
what was the
like.
name of that?
Go ahead.
Well, what was the name of the planet where the Ewoks were from? Endor.
Endor. It was
the
a
legendary
moon. Let's
Endor.
make sure we get this right. It was a moon. It was not a planet.
Sorry.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. OMG. Am I out of the Star Wars club? Are you gonna boot me?
Yes. I'm not sure you were ever in it originally, but
Hey,
Oh,
I know Endor's first name, Cassian. Let's be clear.
all right. So what planet's he from?
Oh,
wow.
It's a trick
Tatooine. They're all from
question.
freaking Tatooine. Always.
No,
No,
it's
but
a
I
trick
remember he was
question.
orphaned. He was orphaned, and then he was in the mines of something for a while.
But they renamed, but he was actually from a certain planet, but then they said he was from another planet. So,
Well, how do you know? I mean, did you check his birth certificate? Like, how do you know what they said is wrong?
because it was a whole part of the plot. So,
And then later on, they said it wrong. Seriously?
no. Well, it's a long story. Do you really need to know what the story is? He
Clearly.
actually had a planet assigned to him in a source book way back for after the
Oh.
Rogue movie came out. But then they put him on a different planet in the show. But then they, as a nod to the source book, they actually made up a backstory of like why he's now from a different planet and why that other one was labeled.
Got it.
There's a whole
Well, because I just rewatched the original Andor TV show and Rogue One. We just finished Rogue One like 2 nights ago because next Tuesday is season 2, which I'm stoked about. Yeah, so I had to like refresh my brain. Can I come back to the Star Wars Club, please?
Yeah, you can.
Take me back.
Tuesday night in Fort Wayne, I will be watching Andor. There'll be 3 episodes dropped that night. So
wait, no, but the 22nd is when the episode 1 starts, right?
no, it's 3 episodes. This is why you're not in the club, Joe.
Oh, no.
They're dropping 3 episodes every week.
I'm getting whiplash of
There's
Joe in and out of the Star Wars
being
Club.
dropped on the 22nd, 3 episodes being dropped on the 29th, 3 on the week after that, and then 3 on the week after that. Because they're all separate story arcs. They're all little complete story arcs, and they're all set a year apart.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so the 22nd is the premiere.
22nd, 3 episodes. 29th, which I'll be driving to Fort Wayne all day. And then when I get there, I'll be watching Star Wars.
Well, obviously. So, okay. I mean, I think I will be too. I didn't quite realize it'd be 3 hours worth though, because I also have to work. But I mean, technically this is work, right? It's
technically watching related. Star Wars is work. If you get ideas for writing stuff, it's definitely work.
Yeah, definitely work. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. That was such a good show. Yeah, it was really good.
While we're digging into Star Wars, the connection to that show, I agree. That show was great. It was one of the best ones. But Chris and I have talked before. I believe that Rogue One was my favorite Star Wars movie ever, and that's that's tough to say, but I think it's true. And if I had to,
we're gonna have to. By the way, Matt, we have to meet in the parking lot and fight after this because of that comment. But keep going.
Yep.
I mean, earn his card to get back in.
It's I know Empire Strikes Back. It's hard to beat, but I'm just saying, for my money, it was really well done. And if you asked me to pin down the best part of that movie, I probably would say the last few minutes where they show Vader coming into basically like the behind the scenes of A New Hope.
It was amazing. And then how it then like starts right where New Hope it ends right. Yeah, no, it's amazing. I agree. Yeah,
totally. And they say that the last episode of Andor is going to end right where the beginning of Rogue One starts.
Oh, that's cool.
That's great.
So you're going to see him walking down the rings of Kefri, where he's walking to meet Pivik. So
that's cool.
That's awesome.
Yep. So you're gonna be able to watch like that little arc and then go right into Rogue One and then go right into New Hope. So
pretty cool.
That's awesome.
I don't know why it is, but like it basically makes me tear up every time I see that Darth Vader.
Me too. It's like yes.
It like hits that kid Star Wars love or something. I don't know, but it doesn't make any sense. Where Princess
Leia turns around and takes the little compact disc or whatever.
Yeah, right.
It totally does.
Yep. Yeah. I even saw there was some fan edited in an AC/DC song. I think it's Hell's Bells to that. And I know that's ridiculous, but I don't care. I watched it and the same thing. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so good. I love Rogue One.
I do agree. Rogue One is really good. Yeah. Yeah. Although, just to call it out, Shane Magic, Caravan of Courage is not underrated. I think it's massively overrated. Actually, we really should just start a separate Star Wars podcast or
Yeah,
whatever.
probably true.
Probably, yeah. But we need to bring on a guest here, and I stay on target. Stay on target.
Nice.
We're here to talk about Dungeons Denizens 2.
Nice.
By the way, so if you're not pledging or whatever, whatever, all that stuff. So we're gonna be right back. We're gonna bring on Brad McDevitt, who has done many amazing things, but also drew the Brain in a Beaker, which is apparently the most awesome monster in this entire book. We'll be right back with Brad. Hey, everybody, we're back with Brad McDevitt. Hey, Brad, say hi to everybody.
Hi, everyone. I don't look at all like the Brain in a Beaker, do I?
Luckily.
Well, of course not, Brad. Of course not.
That's
that's the Futurama version of yourself. You'll have your head will be in the beaker at some point, right? And we'll live on after.
Joe and I have made that joke many times. I'm going to be a Futurama, with a little claw attachment working on DCC RPG 1000.
There you go. Nice.
We'll get there. I have to agree with the chat, the Bomar Monk. I had that figure in the Star Wars miniatures game. And yeah, there is a conceptual similarity to the Brain in the Beaker for sure.
That's cool.
Actually, people pointed out that I slipped in a Dalek joke into Brain in the Beaker.
Oh, hold on. Now I got to go look at the art closely again.
Yeah. And also it looks like a flump too. It actually really looks like a flump if you think about it.
It does actually kind of.
Yeah. People thought that was on purpose, actually, since we announced the Flump Magic Item book.
Purpose, the Dalek was.
So.
Wait, well, what part looks like? Oh, just like the fact that it's kind of an oblong shape with tentacles coming down.
That was the plunger, right?
The toilet plunger, yes.
The toilet plunger.
This is not a toilet plunger from the.
Yes.
Don't make us take your Doctor Who card away, too, Joe.
Oh,
dude,
damn.
I never had a Doctor Who card. I never got into Doctor Who.
Neither have I. I know very little about Doctor Who. So.
It didn't click with me for whatever reason. Hold on, I'm pulling up Brad's art again. Yeah. I mean, Brad, so like everybody, this is clearly everybody's favorite for the Monster Madness, bracket battle. And there's 1,000 reasons why. Everybody has a different reason, but basically they all love the art. Like, you just knocked it out of the park. Like, something about this image just like clicks with everybody. Like, it's amazing.
I mean, I had fun drawing it, but I didn't think it was going to become almost iconic.
Yes, I know.
Coming soon, plushies.
I did in fact draw a Brain in a Beaker. I think I'll just walk around Gen Con or next time it's like, why, yes, I did.
Yes.
You didn't.
I already put in my request. I need a Brain in the Beaker t-shirt, so we're gonna have to figure that out one way or the other.
Yeah.
Attention, the guy in charge of ordering and deciding on what to be.
I think it might be a DIY thing. It might.
I was going to say
exactly.
there's websites that'll take care of that probably.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Especially the art director who has access to like the art.
Who would that be? I wonder.
It's a credit card swipe away.
We should mention we are selling t-shirts. Look at all those fashionable young men in our Dungeon Denizens t-shirts. They're part of the pledge. We don't have a buy-ab t-shirt, unfortunately, Brandon the Beaker. That's a limited time only. You gotta give Matt $20 in the alley behind Dungeon Con. Maybe he'll get one for you.
Right. Yeah, that's funny.
That's assuming you don't get lost trying to find the alley behind Dungeon Con.
True story. Yep. Also, just reading up the chat, Tim Wodzinski says hi, Brad. I wanted to make sure that. So that's cool. Oh, it looks like there is a question regarding Dungeon Denizens 2. James D asks if it's possible to the DCC just the books with the leather version.
At this point, it's unfortunately too late to add additional pledges,
I
given
feel
that
like,
we're 40 minutes out from the end of
Right.
the
Yeah.
campaign. We'll have one pledge for it, and then they'll
Mhm.
cause all sorts of wrinkles and fulfillment and so on. Sorry, James. Typically, if people can ask us in the first couple days, we can add it, but it's challenging to do it at the last. Plus, I'd have to like sign out of this thing and spend 10 minutes creating the pledge level.
Yeah.
That might
I do think that's
business move at that point.
sounds like it's achievable though. Someone can sign up for the DCC stuff and then upgrade to the leather, and I think it's totally doable. Just little navigation.
Good point. Yeah. All right, so I got to go back to this art. So, Brad, I can't remember from the description. Does the art order actually say we need a plunger, a drill, a vise, a claw hand, and whatever the heck that like directional antenna is? Or was that just like inspiration strikes?
I think it just said a bunch of mechanical appendages.
I'm looking at it. I can look at it right here.
Matt can actually read it
Matt,
to us
Matt,
all.
you're the one that can get to your work orders, but I think it just said mechanical appendages and tentacles on the underneath in the kind of platform that it's sitting on.
So here you go. This is a good lesson in art direction and artists, right? Here's what Brad was sent. Balanced atop a mass of slender leg-like tentacles stands a small platform covered with knobs, cylinders, and many other small devices. On the platform, connected to various wires and fixtures, sits an I think that's kind of they mentioned pale yellow transparent fluid.
Oops, my bad.
Well, I like your green yellow. I think that's perfect. Floating in the fluid are what appears to be a humanoid brain connected via thin tendrils to a pair of eyeballs, also floating in the fluid. So, yep, it was all Brad with as far as everything else.
Probably could have added more of the little, knobs, et cetera, but like, wait a minute, the thing's only going to be 4 inches across. So too much detail would just end up getting lost and taking extra time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is an interesting lesson because you made it work really well, and it honestly it doesn't even necessarily fit the exact art order. It's not as slender, etc., but it is perfect. Like something about it just you got the what's the word? Ode. How do they say it in French?
Yeah.
Ode.
Ode de toilette.
Ode Piquer. The Ode Piquer.
Well, also trying to draw out lots and lots of tentacles, like it says, that is actually really difficult because then you have to try and figure out how to intertwine them, how to draw them, the shading, and it just becomes a logistical nightmare to try and keep all those details straight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even just the relatively few that I drew were like, okay, now wait a minute, how should the light be falling here, here, here? Wait a minute, this should overlap here, so there should be a shadow underneath it. Blah, 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 blah,
and this is that creative tension that I talk about sometimes. Like the author had a great idea for a monster and sent it to Brad, and Brad upped it, right? Like he added his own flourish to it and made it even better. So luckily Brad didn't feel obligated to stick with exactly what was written. He added his own magic. So that's how the magic comes, right? Creative minds doing this.
That's what you pay me for.
Yeah, right.
So I'm looking at it more closely now. I'm also realizing it almost looks like a cork stopper at the top of the beaker. Like you could pretend that's like bronze, but it kind of just looks like cork.
But that's standard.
It's supposed to look like cork with the little like air holes you sometimes see in chemistry class.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or if you're doing vacuum, I used to work around some flasks in my day. So yes, you do corks. They're usually rubber stoppers, but yeah, you could have the holes or no holes. So
last time I had to work with beakers was approximately 1981. My memories aren't quite as fresh as they could be.
But you nailed it. You nailed it. And the origin story of the brain in the beaker was Scott was the designer of it. I told him we wanted low CR monsters, and he said, I think there was a brain in a jar that was a 5e version in one of the books that was like a CR10 or CR12. It casts a bunch of spells. So he said, you want low CR? It's like, how about a brain in a beaker? And it's like, it's just a smaller version. And I was just like, at first I was like, that's a terrible idea. Then I'm like, actually, that's a pretty good idea. I'm like, yeah, let's go with that. So
when we want to do the really high version, it'll be a giant brain in a fish tank.
Yes.
That's
Exactly.
the sequel. Brain
Yep.
in a fish tank.
So, and a brain in a test tube if we want to go the other direction.
Okay. Yes, and to answer that question in the chat, what is a CR? It's a coolness rating. That's why this it's such a cool monster. It has a high coolness rating.
That's great.
Yeah.
But yes, I had fun with Brain in a Beaker.
Nice. Nice.
And we've had so much fun with it ever since.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And you-
actually, let's check what's the scoring on the current fight. If you're listening to this and you haven't voted in the current fight, go vote. Biap's been slipping. I feel like it was at 70% of the vote yesterday, and now it's down to 65-35.
Come on,
And
bro.
I say the other monster, Babao. I don't know how you guys say it, but Babao is picking up, or Baba. And Biab's, but Biab's still pretty far in the lead. We're gonna need a lot of votes coming in for the Baba to turn the tables.
Come on.
Gonna win it all.
Yes. I do feel like we need to. We'll this. I don't want to get into tariffs, but the tariffs have scrambled a lot of things. In the past, I would have like taken the bracket art and made that a handout or something, or a freebie for the backers, because the bracket art is just great and sort of, for some of us, I think conjures up fun memories of logging in every morning, posting this, and then checking back in an hour to see who is winning. Yeah, it's been cool to see the bio just like crush through some of these other creatures.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a plucky little monster.
Hmm.
Yes.
And you got a great response right away, Brad. Didn't once it was posted, didn't people reach out to you right away?
Oh yeah. If I had not sold the original to Goodman Games as part of a deal, there was a bidding war going on the one Goodman Games Facebook page of people
That's
like,
great.
I want that, I have to have that, I want that,
That's awesome.
It's like, how did you start? Well, there's a story there.
Yeah.
Therein lies the
And
tale.
Brad, as we discussed, we're gonna swap and release the original back to you, and so it can be out in the wild, because some fan deserves to pick this up. There's just,
Amen.
or maybe
Yeah.
some author who wrote the stats. But there's
Right.
a lot of
Maybe.
interest in this original. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, so yes, and I actually plan on, for those of you who don't want to spend $60, $70, $80 just to have the original, I'm going to have little for people to attend Dungeon Con, I'm going to have little high resolution prints available, and I can even autograph them while you wait.
Yes.
I'll take one.
Yep.
All right, well, that's one sale.
Yep. Amen.
Awesome. And actually, Brad, we're going to bring in a series of artists. So we have to pause for a minute to bring in the next artist to speak.
Yes.
But thank you for joining us. And
We
Brandon Beaker.
we need to do a drum roll, because what's coming on next is much more exciting than I am.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
You're pretty exciting, Brad. But do you want to announce who's next? And
TSR legend Errol Otis, the guy that probably introduced a lot of you older gamers to the concept of Dungeons and Dragons. Up next, folks.
Nice.
And we'll be back in a sec. Thank you, Brad. Hey, everybody, we're back. Me, Chris, and Matt are the same people, but we have our friend and amazing artist, Errol Otis, with us. How are you today, Errol?
I'm good. I'm very good. I have coffee. So
What time did you wake up? I
uh,
don't want to rip you too
9:30.
much.
9:30. That's when I wake up. So
That's
I'm almost
respectable.
Yeah, it's
The
my resolution leaving the corporate world to like just get up whenever I want.
Yep. When we schedule artists on live streams like this, we have to be careful because there's a lot of night owls amongst that group.
We had one person who I won't name who complained vociferously at having to go on at, I think it was 9 or 10.
Yeah,
and we learned our lesson with that. Yeah.
I could make 10.
Yeah, totally the case. Yeah.
Well, Errol, thank you for joining us. And I have to say, all that rest is paying off. You look beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah, it's good to see you again, Joseph. It's been a while. That's nice.
Yeah. I think we were both at GaryCon, although I didn't actually run into you. It was like
This very last GaryCon?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't see a lot of people who were there, but glad you were.
Were you running games or just
yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Running games, and there was a signing and some dinners, and but yeah, running my game. It was a 3-parter again. I have problems running the same adventure more than once. It's a I don't know. It's a boredom thing. I like the epic 3-part thing, and they're all monsters the last few years. The characters. There's a troll with a magic beard, a wyvern princess, ogre magi, a giant slug that has the eye of Vecna, and a Grell, and they're a team.
A Grell. We were just talking about Grell the other day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of cool because it has those 10 attacks, but it has to attack one target, and that's often kind of funny when it's a character that someone's playing. It's like, damn, there's 2 of them. Wish I could split my attacks, but nope, you're a Grell.
So
That's
I have
great.
a slug story. Maybe we should just go around the horn and I'll tell our slug stories. I'll start. I'm sure you all have good slug stories. So I'll start with my slug story. So Errol, I'm sure you've seen a banana slug, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And Matt and Chris, you're not California natives. Have you guys ever seen it? Did we show you a banana slug on one of those trips?
I'm familiar with it.
It's a big slug. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big slug.
A big yellow slug, and big, like they get like 2 feet long if you encounter the big ones. So I've seen one that's like maybe 50, like it was like to my forearm, whatever, like 14, 15 inches long. It's the biggest one I've ever seen. If you're in the chat and you've seen a banana slug, shout out. But so I took my boys camping in the Redwoods, Samuel P. Taylor near here, just like 2-3 weeks ago. They had some days off from school, and they had those bear boxes, that you lock, so the critters don't get your food.
Yes.
And it has the tiniest slats. I mean, the space between the wood must be like 2 or 3 millimeters. And I usually put everything inside a plastic tub, then put the tub inside. And I was eating trail mix and just like forgot. So there was a bag of trail mix in a Ziploc bag, just like sitting loose, not inside a tub. And I got up the next morning, went in there, and something had somehow gotten in there between these tiny slats and gnawed open the Ziploc bag of the
plastic.
trail mix. Yeah. So it was like, clearly like little holes gnawed in there, and they had eaten out a bunch of stuff, but whatever it was, like a chipmunk or whatever, didn't like the raisins. Cause I always do like, the gold standard is raisins, peanuts, and chocolate chips. That's what, everybody knows that. So they had eaten out all the peanuts and the chocolate chips and put all the raisins in a pile off in the corner of the bear box.
Wow.
And then this is like nature's brilliance. A banana slug came along and somehow got in there. And the banana slug was like going to town on the pile of raisins, which I guess is like chipmunks don't like raisins, but banana slugs do. And it was almost like this whole like campground ecology,
Oh yeah, that is wild.
So my point is, like, I got to see a banana slug recently, and he was like having the time of his life eating my pile of discarded raisins that the chipmunks
some
threw
other
away.
creature had put aside after.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's interesting, even the idea that they would separate them. Like, it's one thing to not eat them, leave them behind, right? But to like, that's wild.
It must have been some fastidious little rodent that was just like, because they're
Yep.
all piled in the corner. Like, it was really weird.
That is weird.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
And I would have never guessed that raisins would be the choice of a
Yeah.
banana slug. Yeah.
Or not the choice of some other
Yeah.
thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They have to be sweeter and tastier than like anything else that chipmunk ever found. I don't know. I can't say that, I guess. They probably ate a score bar 2 minutes beforehand, but
Yes.
Per bar. Wow.
I do actually have a slug story. I don't know if I told you
there
this.
you go.
I knew you would, man. I
There's
just,
a-
if
no,
anybody
I
has a
might,
slug
because I
story.
might have told you this, but I was renting a house in El Cerrito, which is right next to Berkeley, in the 80s into the 90s. And since it was a rental, I wasn't really, I didn't care that much about the upkeep. I would tell the landlord, hey, the roof is leaking. And he was kind of a cheap dude. And he would send over a guy who would just kind of pour tar on it. And it never really worked in a couple places.
Mhm.
And in the winter, it would rain and the carpet would just be wet. And I would just laugh because it wasn't my house, you know. And actually in the downstairs would kind of leak more subtly, like the water from upstairs would seep into the downstairs, wouldn't drip.
Mm.
We actually had mushrooms growing out of the carpet down there.
Wow.
And
Wow.
not a lot, but you know, oh look, mushrooms.
Mhm.
But one night I did have a friend over, a girlfriend, and she was running through, and there was a slug on the ground inside on the carpet because it was so moist. She stepped on it, and that was a screamer.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the end of the story. But yeah, I had slugs and mushrooms because yeah, it leaked so much. You know, you'd walk through a particular area and you just hear it drip, 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 drip.
Wow.
Yeah. I was gonna ask you when you were at GaryCon. I still remember your snowmobile story. Where
Yeah.
who was it who almost killed you? Or it
No,
was
no,
on
I mean,
purpose, but like,
no,
like
it was my car's snowmobile. Who was kind enough to lend it to me, and there were some other people out there, and I don't know. It was just funny to me that they would like. I'd never ridden a snowmobile. It was night, and it's just something you do in Wisconsin. Is go out at night on a lake that, hey, it's just frozen enough. We can go out there and since I didn't know what I was doing, and it was dark, I was just following the lights of the snowmobiles ahead of me, and I guess they had just, you know, gone over an area and cracked it enough so that when I went there, I sunk it into the water. Yeah, but it wasn't that deep, and it wasn't that. It was like kind of slush, so I pushed myself off the sinking snowmobile and climbed out.
Wow.
and you were like,
yeah,
you were like California kid, like 20
Yeah.
years old or something, fresh start at TSR, and they're like,
Yeah.
let's go snowmobiling at night.
yeah. But I mean, they were being
On a lake.
nice. They were being totally nice. Like in here, you could ride my snowmobile, and I sank it. Yeah.
Did they have like snowmobile insurance? Is that like?
I don't know. I didn't really. I mean, I asked him, "Did you get it out?" I think at one point he's like, "No."
That's fish
Oh my
habitat in Wisconsin.
Yeah. True story.
Artificial reef.
Wow.
That's wild. I'm glad to hear that you think that they were being inclusive and kind, because it could be like, hey, this guy's from California. Let's get him on the snowmobile in the middle of the night. But
Nothing
sounds
bad
like-
could go wrong.
it sounds like he was the big loser in the situation. So
Yeah, I definitely thought that they were just trying to show me a good time.
nice.
That was it, yeah.
That's great. Did you? I don't know if you noticed, Joseph, but Jim Sketch admitted that he used to dance in Wisconsin under the name Banana Slug back in the 80s.
Let's be clear, Jim still does. Those of us
Oh,
who
I
went to
see.
GaryCon
All right.
can confirm.
Fair enough.
Well, he was a dancer whose name was
His name wasn't
Banana
Lola.
Slug.
Right.
I
Yeah,
sincerely hope he's joking.
that was his stage name. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I know what color his costume was, if that's the case. But we'll stop there maybe.
Which, Errol, I think while we have you for another 5 minutes, we have to ask about the monster alphabet art. It turned out amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Do you want to? I don't know. Do you want to share anything about it, or anything that you particularly liked about it, or?
Well, I mean, I think the concept. I mean, I'm really happy with the concept I came up with, and I'm glad I didn't fuck it up. And kind of did the concept justice. I guess I would say I started with that, not with that idea, but a related idea where like there would be one or more monsters whose body would be partially comprised, of the letter, and somehow it would be part of their anatomy. And then there's like, well, let's do like one and have all the letters in there, forming faces. It's kind of like a totem pole in places like, where do we get the U makes kind of a subtle face with the almost eyeballs, and then the V definitely makes a face, and the W is then part of the face, and some of the other letters make other things. Yeah. That's kind of it. Just the idea to make them this time to make them not just show the letters and show what the letter might be about, but actually make the creature comprised of the letters.
I got the feeling that your idea to add the little, for scale, maybe even add the little cultists, the little priests kind of worshiping, was that a secondary idea?
That was feedback from you guys. Matt, you emailed me that Joseph wanted a person to show, just to make more of a human connection or something. And
because otherwise it could be a little bug or a giant bug, and it's clearly like a god, at that scale, and it looks looks cool.
So that was pretty cool. And then the other things are just I don't know, I really got into the little caves at the bottom. It's not really part of the scene, and it's not a major element, but they're kind of weird looking, and then a weird citadel in the background is always good. I get to play with, there's a particular kind of architecture I like where it could be futuristic, but also not futuristic. Kind of a blend of it's just a small little thing, but yeah.
Yep, and Elena has it up on screen now, so everybody can take a look at it.
Oh, cool! I don't see that, so I'm just that's good that I'm describing it accurately. I didn't know you were doing that.
I like the little legs on it, partly because I somehow didn't even notice those, because you see so many other elements, and then I feel like if you look for a while, I'm looking at it now on my other monitor, maybe just because the letters are like that vibrant, the warm colors, and it just distracts you, but after a while, I noticed the legs, and I was like, oh, I don't know. To me, that's like the tertiary effect, and they work out really cool.
Yeah, afterwards, I realized I probably got that, although I'm not sure, but it reminds me of KQED, the local public television station, used to have an auction, I think. I mean, they still do stuff, and there was a creature. Someone did a kind of a cool little picture of it to advertise that, and it was kind of it wasn't a mean monster. It was kind of a funny thing, and it had a lot of little legs on it. And after I did it, I'm like, this reminds me of the KQED creature. It's funny the way things, you take them in, and then maybe you spit them out as part of something else.
And you don't even realize until later, oh yeah, that's
I got that from that. Yeah, maybe this one occurred to me, but sometimes it's like years, and I'll look at something like, oh, you know what? That was that.
Yeah.
If we can bug you with maybe one more art-related question, Harold.
Of course.
All right, great. There's a question in the chat. One of our regulars, Mobius Metroido, says that your work is so unique and asks who your primary artistic influences are. And I will say that I'll buy you a little time to think about that. I asked you something similar for a seminar that you helped out with in the past, and you gave me a couple influences, and to me it was kind of like unlocking like you put these two people's work together, and it feels totally like they influence your work so directly. It made sense after you said it. So I can feed you those two answers if you need them. Well, but I doubt you will need me to do
I remember I sent you images too, right? Dr. Seuss. Clark in the dark. Is that right? The urn with the creature. That image is like burned into my brain, both because it's so cool. The little kids that they went out in a park and they brought this thing back, and it's really creepy. That was the creepiest thing that I ever saw of Dr. Seuss.
Yeah.
And I also saw I remember these because I was doing I just sent off some answers to The Mad Scribe. Are you guys familiar with that?
I don't think I am.
It's a magazine or a book, and they asked me some interview questions, and I didn't send them pictures. Maybe I should have, but some of these same answers. And there was like a little Miro book we had
That's exactly
And
it. Yeah,
in my
yeah.
house when I was a wee youngster, maybe even before Dr. Seuss, just a little book. And it had so many cool images in it. Like they seemed almost like creatures floating. So there was abstract art and Dr. Seuss, but of course Frazetta and Bernie Wrightson.
Nice.
Man,
all
Bernie
those are
Wrightson's
those.
great.
Yeah, for black and white stuff, he's
Yeah.
ultimate favorite. I discovered him in Creepy Magazine. I think I didn't know about his earlier comic stuff. Some of those black and white ones are really chilling. Like there's a story called Jennifer. You could look.
Yes, I know that story. I have a
Yep.
reprint of it somewhere on my shelf. Yeah.
I've been, I always mention that one because I read that was when I was what? I don't know. How old was I when 12, 13? I can't remember, 13, something like that. It's creepy.
Yeah, I think Bernie Wrightson's the reason I love Swamp Thing to this day, right? Because
Yeah.
that's
Swamp
my first
Thing, yeah.
experience. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to go and I would buy comics that had his artwork on the cover, and then I open it up and there would be nothing else in there. I'm like, shoot.
Yeah, right.
That's okay. I like the cover.
Amen. Yeah. Totally the case. We had a talk before. It's kind of touches back on monsters. All of my favorite comic book characters are monsters. I kind of realized this like last year, but
Interesting.
Who's cooler, Batman or Man-Bat? Well, obviously Man-Bat, right? And the
I
coolest
think so too. Obviously, Man-Bat. Like,
yeah.
I don't even know what his powers are. He just looks cool and he can like bite you or something,
Totally the case. Yep. Swamp
Yeah.
Thing, Nightcrawler. Yeah, it's all about the monsters.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's very cool.
So Errol, technically we have to keep the show moving and bring on other guests on. Is there anything you want to leave us with, or any thoughts, or rootin' tootin' words of wisdom? Anything you want to throw our direction before we go?
Oh, okay. Not exactly, but I've been thinking a lot also because some of those interview questions about seeing. I went to Luca Comics and Games for the first time last year.
I haven't been. I want to go.
Well, it's really, really cool. But Matthew Coder had his art show there. It was the first time, I think.
Actually, I got the book of the art show.
That was the first time I think that many of, I mean, it had a smaller show somewhere, but it's pretty incredible what he's done. I'm so glad that it turned into such an amazing. I mean, it was an amazing show to see, spanning the whole 50 years from like the very, very first to some of the latest incredible pieces. And I don't know, it's a pretty amazing collection. It's hopefully it'll show someplace domestically at some point, but it's pretty. And I guess it was just a fraction, probably the best fraction, but actually. Hundreds of pieces and just a fraction of what he's done.
So the art book that I got is, I don't know, it's a thick spine and it's just packed full of like every famous D&D image you've like every page. I'm like, oh, I remember that one. Oh, I remember that one. Oh, I remember that one. And it's like,
that's the show. That was all of those things.
It's amazing. Actually, right here, this is your, whatever that Dragon magazine cover. That's like one of my favorite images, period, but definitely one of my favorite Errol images. I have the original Dragon magazine back home, and like,
thank you, because that's one of my favorites too. And I actually, I ended up selling the original. Oh, that was kind of a funny story because I heard about the art show was going to be at Luca, and we had been talking about me selling him that painting, and it was the show's the end of October, early November. This is like I think in August. I'm like, okay, maybe I can sell it to him and it can get into the art show. And he's like, this is a good idea, but there's like no time to do it. Send it today. And because I mean, everything was like, it's quite a proceeding to ship hundreds of pieces.
Good point.
But it barely got in. It barely got in the show. So it was really cool to see it there.
That's cool.
That is cool.
That's a cool book too, Joseph. I might need to track that one down. Yeah,
somebody actually gave it to me. I don't know how else you'd get it. It doesn't have like a price on it. I'm not even sure it's for sale, but I was lucky. It's
I got a
amazing.
bug and I'm supposed to get one, but I don't have it yet, but I'm sure.
Nice. Very cool. Nice.
Well, Errol, thank you for joining us here.
It was a pleasure to see you guys and
inspirational
talk.
to everybody. Yeah, it's awesome to hang out with you. So thank you.
All right. Take care, guys. Do
That's
I
all right.
click
Thank you.
or does someone else?
Hey, everybody, we're back and we're joined by Robbie Burns. Robbie, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. How's it going?
Good.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling left out because 3 out of the 4 here are in Pennsylvania-ish, and we're talking about the weather.
Right.
So I feel like you should tell me what weather you're experiencing because I don't know.
So it's still, the wind is howling still today. It was down into 34 this morning where I'm at. I think Matt's got a little bit more mountains near him. And yeah, it's been yesterday was just crazy wind. So
Yep. And then at one point, we got those, tiny little sleet balls hitting the windows, like while you're trying to work. That constant. But meanwhile, like we were saying, I think a day or two ago, it was 71 degrees
it was
during
in
the
70s.
day.
Yeah, it was gorgeous.
It's
We've had like a lot of I think like the local ecology just does not know how to handle what's happening because we've been getting a lot of mice issues, like really on and off sporadically. Like I think it gets really cold and they're like, all right, let's go inside the house now. Let's go get warm. And I'm like, it's 70 right now. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. Why are you still here? You shouldn't be here anymore. And so yeah, they've gotten very bold. So I don't know what we'll see.
We haven't seen too many mice here, but we have stink bugs. I don't know if you have stink bugs, Joseph, but
as a kid we had stink bugs. Yes.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. They're like kind of wide and flat, and they can go in through your windowsills or whatever.
Yeah.
And I, at this point, my eyes aren't that bad. Luckily, I feel like I can spot, like I'm just in a room, and I'm like, there's one on the ceiling. I'm gonna go eliminate it, and I'm on like constant stink bug patrol here at the house as the seasons are changing.
I grew up in Arkansas, and we had some stink bugs and stuff. I've never smelled the stink. Is it yeah? What's with this particular
you
stink
gotta
bug?
like
I don't know.
you gotta put it on your hand and then like kind of mash it a little bit, which I have not done recently, but as a child. And then they like make the stinky stink. And but you gotta like you gotta make them like want to fight you basically, and then they do their like thing.
Okay, so you don't kill them, you just like
You can't be
get
nice to them. You
their
gotta be like
okay.
mean to them. Be mean to the stink bug, and then they like the way they fight you is they start stinking a lot.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we are very inclusive here at Good Big Games, except for stink bugs. We're mean to them because we want to smell them.
Well, I don't want to smell them. I throw them in the toilet and flush.
Okay, good point.
Yeah, definitely. Will verbal abuse work, or does it has to be physical for them to know?
As a child, I never really tried the verbal approach, but maybe you can let us know.
If you get mean enough, yeah, they might.
When I
they
lived
might.
with my parents,
Your mama was a centipede.
Yeah.
Like you gotta like hit them close to home,
Right.
Absolutely.
Oh my, yeah.
Actually, so what's really funny is this is reminding me that this morning I woke up and there was a giant centipede in my bathtub. And I completely forgot to clear it out. So somebody in my household sometime during the day today, because one of my kids is off from school, is gonna, I don't know how they get there. And it's like the furry kind, there's like the millipedes and the centipedes, then there's like ones that like just look like they're scared.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's rolling around in my bathtub. And hopefully my wife or my child doesn't like see it and scream sometime today before I get home and dispose of it.
Right. Yeah, talk about Errol's story about someone stepping on a banana slug. Those hairy centipedes would incur a scream when they're found for sure. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
that's funny. That's what happens with spiders at my house. If a spider is sighted, no matter where you are in the house, you're gonna know about it because my wife will let you know. Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned the migrating mice, because we have in California, I've heard of 34. That doesn't happen here. Our thermometers don't go that low, but we do get this thing where there's water that falls from the sky sometimes, which it happens like 2 or 3 times a year. And when that happens, all the ants go into our house. It's like the ants are totally happy outside, except when we get a lot of rain. And then suddenly there's ants all over your house, I guess because it's dry and something. And then when the rain finally stops, they just like leave unless you left out a bunch of food or whatever. But same deal, like the climate changes their behavior.
Yeah, we've been getting ants too, which I don't know if we've ever gotten mice and ants at the same time, but yeah, I don't know. They're all just like, it's inside time, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I have no doubt that at least some of the monsters that you worked on, Robbie, were spider adjacent or centipede adjacent.
Sure.
I know bat. I think there was a stinky bat at one point, which
Stinky bat.
ties into our stink bug conversation. But I do think that we have put a couple images up for Elena to show that might feature some of your favorites.
Cool.
Do you have a favorite that you worked on for Dungeon Denizens 2?
So I think my favorite wound up being False Steed.
Really? Okay.
That was very fun. Like, it's tough because it's like not I don't think it's the coolest thing that I've drawn.
Yeah.
But it was just like such a very weird prompt, and I very, very here for it because I don't know, I really like the uncanniness. I think it's like something like leather skin and like slimy, noodly hair. I'm saying the word noodly, that wasn't in the description. And I'm just like, yeah, and big bulging eyes. That was the thing that really got it. And I'm just like, yeah, I see this thing, and I want to make it just as nasty as I can.
That's cool. Elena is showing it off right now, so everybody's taking a look at it while we're talking about it, which is great.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and I love that one too. And what's the deal with that one, Chris? Is there something hiding beneath that leathery skin?
I don't remember, and I can't see the picture right now. So
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can look that one up too.
Okay.
Oh, and then she's showing off another one. That's the death corrupted zombie. Yeah. And she's going through the whole list. There's a number here that are great.
Nice. Yeah, this one with like the skull head and the little like mosquito bugs. That one I loved. I can't remember the name of that one either.
Oh, the Jusqueaton? Is that the
Yeah.
So that is, I believe, created by our own Terry Olson. It's kind of like a dragon, but it's kind of like it's a dragon, but it got somehow mosquito blood. It got infused with mosquito blood or something, so it's like part mosquito. So and it got swarms. It can belch like swarms of mosquitoes in that. If I'm getting that right. It's hard when there's 350 of them.
Right.
Yeah, that one was super challenging. I really had to do a lot of pushing and pulling with that one. Yeah, I don't know. It's very fun though. I had to just like keep flipping the canvas and trying to get like the balance of it right. And I wanted to get like the little mosquitoes. That was probably like the hardest one I did, honestly. But
is that right? Huh.
Yeah, but it was really, really fun getting like the water dripping off of it and stuff, and trying to make it all textured and freaky looking.
That's cool.
It was a fun one.
It is visceral. Like nobody likes mosquitoes. When I see that as just like like it gets me.
I believe that's what he was going for with that one.
Absolutely.
Yep, and you're getting some love in the chat too. That our friend Mobius mentioned that those pieces are awesome. They love your line work and your color, Robbie. So
thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
It's nice to hear. That's great.
Thank you.
And you have very distinctive style too, which is great. Like I think one of the cool things about a monster book like ours is there's a handful of artists who work on them. It's not all just one style. And you really added a different shape to a lot of the pieces, which I appreciate. I really love that about your work.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah.
And I have to ask, I see behind you actual paper and actual paintbrushes and actual tools. And I'm looking at these because they have a inking, and it feels almost like you do ink and painting. Maybe tell us about your process a bit, because it feels like there's.
I actually have a couple of the. See, I have a couple of the ones that I put up there.
Nice. That's great.
with me. But yeah, I do everything in black and white first, and that usually involves, yeah, this is the Dracution.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Dracution. Yeah, and my rule is it has to look really good black and white before I color it. Because I don't know. I've read like a lot of comics that I prefer like the black and white work on. And yeah, I don't know. It's always just been like a thing. Like whenever I want to color, I just got to make sure that I nail the black and white first. And then go like pretty light with the color and make sure it doesn't get too muddy.
Interesting.
Oh, here's the Steve. This nasty guy. So the yeah, my process for a lot of these was I would do a value sketch, usually digitally, using like the lasso tool a lot. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but it's just like you just lasso around a big area and then drop a lot of color in it. And these are some other ones I'm working on, but it looks like something like that, where it's just like
yeah.
and it's really just trying to make sure I get like the shapes down, and then I'll print that out, and then I'll send that sketch, and then I'll print it out, and I'll light box it through, and then I just slowly build up values using. I'll usually start with like a ballpoint pen. And then I like the cheap ones that are pressure sensitive. And then I'll switch to like maybe like a little bit of a thicker pen or maybe like a dip pen. And then I just slowly build up, and then I'll get my brushes and stuff, and I'll use like sticks and razor blades and fun stuff.
That's awesome.
And then when I'm having trouble, like I did with this one, not always when I'm having trouble, sometimes just for effect, I'll do I'll get like this heavy white paint and like a roller, and I'll just kind of like roll across the whole thing, and it'll kind of push everything back to like kind of a light gray, and then I'll dig back in with like the ink, and then and the thing that happens is you get all these like weird artifacts and the kind of unintended things that you can then kind of like justify by like outlining and kind of like pretend that you meant to do it the whole time. And
no, it's funny hearing you say this, because there's like an echo effect in some of your images. It does, and now I can totally see how that happens. It almost feels like there's physical layers.
Awesome. Yeah. It's a fun process. I like to keep it playful. Like I think a lot of the juice for me is like winding up with kind of like a justification process where you got some stuff on there, and then you have to like, okay, let me justify this or get rid of it. And yeah, the pushing and pulling is very fun.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Thanks. It's interesting to hear your viewpoint on black and white.
Now, I have to briefly
oh, go ahead, Joe.
Sorry, I got lag going on. Briefly point out we're officially in overtime mode now.
Oh yeah,
which is awesome. And we should probably say to everybody, we're just going to give out some overtime monsters as long as this goes on. So the flayed skin is the first one we talked about giving out. So we'll talk more about that in a moment. But if you're watching this, you got a bonus monster. Yay.
Nice.
Yes. And no humans were harmed in the illustration of this flayed skin. It was all in mind, no models. And now we can go back and talk more about Robbie's images.
Oh, cool. Nice. I just wanted to say it's interesting to hear your viewpoint on black and white. I mean, I have a similar viewpoint on logos, right? When I'm in the graphic design world, if it doesn't work in black and white, it's not going to work in color. So that totally makes sense. But I also, I guess the echoes idea makes sense, Joe. Robbie gave me a zine when we met in Philly, and I fell in love with it. And that's the thing that caused me to reach out to her and continue. And at that point, I didn't even know that they did color work. But so anyway, I still have that thing, and I treasure it because it's I don't know, I love it. It's a magical combo of the writer and you making something really cool.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks.
You're welcome. And I'm glad you got to do so many monsters in this book. So that's awesome.
Yeah, they were a blast. I feel like with monsters, I really can like let loose because with a lot of illustration work, I have to deal with a lot of like complex layers of like background, midground, foreground, making sure everything pops and all that. And it is like kind of a nice release just to focus on like, okay, I just got to do a killer silhouette, and if the silhouette looks good, like it's probably going to turn out really good.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just get to like play a lot. And it's great. And
That's
that's one of the reasons that I do like the three values, like dark gray, mid gray, and then light, is because I'm like, as long as I stay in those values, I can just like do whatever I want. I just be as abstract and noodly and just get lost in it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's
Love the
cool.
noodles.
Nice. Do you we're gonna jump off and do a little switcheroo in a minute, but you're getting some more love in the chat. I want to ask, do you sell your originals? Are you is there a place people could go to track some of these down if they wanted to?
I do whenever I table events. Right now, I'm
Nice.
normally just tabling stuff around Philly at the moment.
Cool.
I've done selling stuff online off and on. But yeah, we have an online store that you can get to through the website that me and our writer does stuff with, called Gossamer Coast.
Nice.
Gossamercoast.com is the
Nice.
website. I might have some originals on there right now.
Nice.
I'm not
Okay,
sure.
great.
But
Super
yeah,
cool.
but that if I ever do, that'll be where it's available.
Nice. Awesome. Cool. All right, well, I think it's probably time to change shifts here and take a little break and come back with the even more artists. We really appreciate you jumping on, Robbie. Thank you so much for your
Thanks for
time
joining
today.
us.
Yeah, thanks, Robbie.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
Hey, everybody, we're back and we're joined by Alex Coggin. Hey, Alex, how are you?
Howdy, I'm good. Good.
Nice.
And apparently, I'm here too.
Oh, yeah.
What?
And another guy. Chris is transformed into Mike. They're really just one person. They kind of,
I've been down in the dungeon cleaning out the monster cages for the last hour, and this is the respect I get when I finally show up.
And maybe Chris evolved into Mike. I'm not really sure. Or, well, maybe it was the other direction. I kind of realized recently, I don't know if you knew this, but this is what D&D's 50th anniversary. And I think it's also the 50th anniversary of Devo, who's from Akron, Ohio. And so maybe Chris devolved into Mike. Maybe he evolved into Mike. It's hard to say.
It's hard to say. Yeah.
I will be playing a lot of Devo at Dungeon Con, just so you know, because we have to celebrate the 50th anniversary.
We have to. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
So what's going on? I got an alert. I should be online for something. Something's happening today.
Yes, we have a crowdfunding, Denizens 2, and Alex actually did some amazing illustrations for it. And Matt, I think you have something queued up, right? That Elena is going to show, and maybe we can
Yep.
ask for.
Totally.
Yeah.
Okay, I prompted Alex to suggest maybe 5 or so that she really liked of the one she did, and there was a ton. And I think this might be my favorite. I think is it the Bane Goblins that's up now, Elena? Nice. I mean, talking about spilling ink and other real life things, right? When you're an artist, these guys are fun, super fun.
Yeah, I had a good time designing them, and sorry about the phone in the background. But I had a really fun time because I have gremlins that spill paint and eat brushes that live in my house with me. There's none in view right now, but so I had a lot of inspiration for them.
Nice. That's great. Yeah, I love the look of them, like you said, and they're big old bulbous eyeballs that almost like kind of have a little bit of light behind them. I just think that illustration's awesome. Really cool.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Are your house gremlins, is that a reference to cats or roommates or something else?
Well, both. We can include both. But yeah, no, I have a number of cats that like to join me sometimes on my desk.
I think Mike might have similar gremlins at his house. I'm not sure.
I do, and actually, this week I'm actually have a guest gremlin who has eyes exactly like that. There's an 11-month Boston Terrier running around. So
oh wow,
looks like a Muppet.
That's cool. Oh, it looks like Chris would know for sure, but Wally DM might be responsible for the Bane gremlins. That's interesting. He's thanking Alex for bringing their monster to life. That's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
And now I think we're looking at the animated marionette, which I love as well.
Yeah, that's probably one of my top ones I've done to date. It's like the first one I think I got in my brief, and I was like, I knew immediately what it would look like. Like it was perfect in my mind. It was one of those. So
that's cool.
That was a lot of fun to do. A lot of fun.
Nice. There's something about that, and I don't think it's a 1-for-1, Mike, but it reminds me of the Semprus adventure that you did, that horror themed adventure with the
Oh yeah, right.
I think it has some puppets
or
something.
Sinister Sutures of the Seamstress. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say that, I mean, you definitely caught the animated part of the animated marionette. I mean, it's very easy to do a very static looking puppet thing, and there's a lot of a lot of dynamic movement to this. Just the positioning of the bodies and the kind of the blood as the strings type thing. So it's excellent job.
Thank you. Thank you.
I responded to this one too, because the pose is such a marionette pose that would not be a human pose. There's almost this like anatomical aspect of getting the pose right anatomically, but in a way that no human would ever actually stand. But the mechanics of a marionette actually work that way. It's really good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool. So yeah, it looks like we were right. Wally DM was responsible for the Bane gremlins, and he and Chris are talking about how he wants a copy of it somehow. So
I got some love.
Yeah, the originals available. All right, cool.
Yeah,
good to know. That's great. That's great.
I think Matt knows a guy who can put somebody in touch with somebody, right?
right. All right, cool. What else are we going to look at? I think Elena's going to bring another one up, and she can prompt us to let us know which one.
Yeah, I have no idea how to pronounce that.
Me neither. Yeah, I don't know.
It does.
Yep.
Yeah. I love these ones where like it tells you, like the brief tells you like a little bit, and you're just like, I've never heard of this in my entire life. I have not a clue. And so you just kind of go wild with it. And I haven't got to paint a lot of horses recently, so this was like a little bit of a horse, which was kind of fun. Nice. So yeah, it was a lot of fun to do.
So you're the exception to the rule. It's, for the most part, artists hate drawing horses.
I was going to say that.
I love horses.
It's like,
yeah.
Artists love horses as much as AI loves hands,
Well, I was told in art school, if you know how to draw faces, hands, and horses, you can get hired. So
wow.
I buy it.
Amen. That's a good teacher. Yeah. Yep. There's lots of other people on the list who, if I send a horse, they're like, I don't want to, do not make me do a horse. That's really funny.
Well, you made me do a ton of crabs.
There was a lot of crabs.
I was going to bring crabs, because it's also like in our little world of fantasy, it's like you got hands, faces, horses, and like crabs and scorpions, and then you're golden,
Right.
Yes.
True story.
That's a lot of crabs.
I can draw bulls, but only the mechanical ones at the the cavalry. It just basically looks like like a horse hurdle.
That's cool. Nice. All right. I don't know if we have any crabs to show, but I forget if I don't think that was one of the ones you called out.
No, I don't think I called it out, but I remember doing it because it was a singular bog crab, and then it was a swarm of bog crabs. So I was like, I can't over engineer what this looks like because I have to try it again like multiple times.
That's funny.
It was good.
If you ever get a chance to talk to Doug Kovacs, ask him about drawing frogs. Because one of my early things was just a room had nothing but like murderous frogs and toads in it, and Doug had to go online and find like 18 different species of toads because he got tired of drawing the same one over and over again. So.
That's funny. Cool.
That's really funny. I guess normally you have one reference, like a frog. But if you need more than one, not many people have we all have seen more than one person, but most of us can't tell the difference between a bunch of frogs. So you gotta go find 18 different frogs. I have this amazing book, which some entomologists photographed the same insect. So it's basically 100 pages of 12 dragonflies of the same species and 12 beetles of the same species. And when you see them all side by side, they clearly look different, they're not all they have different faces and slightly different limb, just like we all are slightly different. But normally I don't look at an ant and be like, oh, that's totally different from the last ant I saw.
Right.
But it's just a really interesting perspective on other things we normally just walk right by,
Yeah. Yeah. If you said I picture all dragonflies as looking identical, right? Just because.
Yes, exactly.
But I'm sure that's not true. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What else are you going to show us, Elena? What's next? Okay, great.
Yeah, I think that's all
Is
I
that
sent
5
over.
already? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I have a stack of finished but not scanned ones.
Oh, nice.
But
all right.
the goat lycanthrope thing, that was cool. That was really fun to do.
That's great.
It's angry looking. But
Yep.
yeah, so there's still more coming.
That's awesome. Nice.
A goat lycanthrope. Goat
Yeah.
Goat lycanthrope.
I love it. It looked like it had not hooves, but claws kind of in front.
feet.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Very neat.
Makes me think of soap on a rope. We need goat on a rope. Or maybe we don't need goat on a rope.
I don't know if we do.
We'll save that one for the sequel.
Right.
Goat on a rope, like your soap on a rope. I mean.
Yeah. But goat on a rope. In case you need to take your
shower,
goat to the shower.
Around your neck.
Yeah. You don't want to drop your goat.
Amen. Yeah. When you say goat on a rope, it makes me think of Black Phillip from The Witch, which I don't think we need anymore. That's plenty of goat.
Do you want to live deliciously and cleanly?
Yeah, right. That's great. Also, Jim Sketch wants to know, Joseph, has anyone ever told you that you're a strange dude? And
I've literally never heard that before, Jim. I'm deeply offended. I can't wait till they have career day at my kid's school and I come and tell them what I do. Yeah, I make books about weird critters and goats on a rope.
Goats on a rope. That's great.
Well, Alex, thank you for joining us. It is awesome seeing your art and seeing your studio, and hints of the creatures that live there, and maybe miss your artwork.
Yeah, thank you. It was an honor to be on.
Awesome. Yep, thank you so much. And so we're going to take a little break and come right back in a few minutes. And Alex, thank you again.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody, we're back. We're joined by Colin Richards. Hey, Colin.
Hi. How's everybody doing today?
Good.
Are we going to
Pretty
turn this
good.
thing back around to Star Wars talk? Can we like?
I was
We just
looking at
always
that
go there.
thing over your shoulder there, and I was wondering, is that vintage Star Wars figures in a display case? Is that what that is?
Lego minifigures, actually.
Oh, is that what
There's
it is?
got a
that's
whole
cool.
section of them in the hallway that's just Star Wars.
Star Wars Lego minifigs or Star
Yeah.
Wars that's cool.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff.
So did you buy that? Sorry, I got to go off topic. Did you buy that book on the history of the Lego minifigure?
Oh, I've got a couple of them. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm a
Okay.
big Lego fan. So yeah, I gotta love the history, love all the ins and outs and stuff like that. So
I didn't know there were more than one. I was like maybe 2 years ago or so. I think DK Books came out with one that was like history of the minifigure. I picked up that one.
Yeah, and then they always put out like the Lego puts out like the history of the Star Wars character encyclopedias. There's been like 6 or 7 of those, and they all come with exclusive like figures you can't get anywhere else. So it's a good time. So love it.
Those evil corporations tempting you with exclusives. It's just
give me more exclusives. I want.
Yes.
I saw this morning that the British Film Institute, they're actually in June, they're airing they're showing the original Star Wars. They actually have reels from 1977. So it's
Wait, what?
Yes,
really?
Yep. So they're showing the original 1977 version of Star Wars. Of course, you have to be in London in order to see it. But it's, it was back when it was just called Star Wars. There was no Star Wars New Hope, no Greedo shooting second, no McClunky, everything, So.
Well, and like, I remember the TIE Fighters, I saw this on like a special or whatever. That was when like, you could see the effects, like you could see the little square on the TIE Fighter when it went across the screen. And they're obviously yeah. Oh man.
What a great time.
Are they gonna bring that to America? Or is it
well,
just in
the Star Wars fans are hoping that this, if it will be such a hit over there and there'll be such a demand for it that Disney finally agrees to do what people have been begging Lucas to do for decades now. And this, so
awesome.
Very cool. But I think we brought Colin on to talk about art, not Star Wars or Legos.
Well, whatever you guys want to talk about is good with me. Like I'm just here to hang,
I think both have monsters in it. So,
True story. Yep.
I think I'm gonna this is a hot take. Dungeon Denizens better monsters than Star Wars, straight up. I'm throwing
I mean, as the publisher, I want to agree, but I have to think on that one because it is Star Wars. But
It'd be an entirely different movie if Obi-Wan and Luke go into the cantina and Luke gets his face eaten off by a lump of bread, or gets definitely a different movie.
I pay to see that movie, Michael.
True story. Yeah. And speaking of art and artists, another Pennsylvania represent here. I don't know, we got a lot of strong Pennsylvania energy in the
it's the best state for art. That's all.
It is. Yeah, it's a great. Well, speaking of art, I think Blood Imp is the one we're going to start off first with, Colin. What is it about a Blood Imp that made you decide you wanted to highlight it today?
I just love things that are covered in blood, and so I figure that's straight up like that's it. That's the reason I picked it.
Nice.
I think it turned out good. I love his like goofy smile, and that's very fun. That's all.
Dude, that is just creepy, man. It's like so creepy. In like all the right ways, but like some illustrations you get like a visceral response, and that's one of them. That's just like
well, I think in the description, it's like they just cover themselves in their enemy's blood to absorb their power. And I'm like, that's metal as hell, Blood Imp. I appreciate you.
That's great.
I love the fact that you're making that statement too in such a well-appointed home. Like it'd be different if you were in like a dark cave, but you're in like a nice residence and talking about covering yourself in your enemy's blood,
Yeah, I mean, you can't let them know like you're coming. Everybody thinks it's the guy who's like with the skull candles and shit like that.
Tom was such a nice guy, kept to himself.
Never saw it coming.
That's what we'll say in the interview. I'm like, yeah, that's really funny.
Amazing.
Very cool. Yeah, I've Colin I met in real life, and I know that he's a big horror fan. He runs Call of Cthulhu. He's got a dark side for sure, but you never see it. Nope, it just comes out.
Yeah.
But I think the chronicist
Yeah.
might
How
be the
do you
next.
pronounce this
I don't
crazy
know.
guy?
I'm making it
Yeah.
up. Yeah, I'm not even sure.
Yeah. This was so much fun because like when I did it initially, I did like just the face, like the up close, right? And you were like, no, we need a whole body, a whole silhouette. So then I did it on like a giant like 11 by 17.
That's
And
awesome.
I thought it turned out really cool. So it'll have a good silhouette for the token, and a nice face in the book will look
Yeah.
so.
Yep. And if I'm not mistaken, Colin, I think you're going to join us at Dungeon Con. So maybe you might even bring some of those originals along for fans to check out.
I got a pile of them ready to go,
Awesome.
man. We're good.
Awesome.
So yeah.
That's
It'll be
great.
great. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So I've never been to Fort Wayne, another pin in the map I can put in.
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
It's funny how many times I have been to Fort Wayne. That's like, if you're in the gaming industry, you can't avoid it. It pulls you in. It's like the tractor beam, and it's just
Right.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, I'm excited. I'm very excited.
And Colin, did we tell you we were happy to give you space to set up a booth and sell your art at Dungeon Con? Hopefully somebody told you that.
Nope, but okay. Well, we could talk about it.
Yeah, man. Bring some originals. It's all DIY. If you can dodge the potholes and dodge the 18-wheelers and set up a booth in the meantime, you're golden.
I start assembling stuff right now while on the stream. Like, oh, I'm totally prepared. Yeah,
it may or may not be in a pit.
Yeah, that's okay. Hey,
maybe handing your art out through the top of the pit as people.
Michael, I used to vend
down into the pit.
I used to vend at conventions. I will guarantee you that no pit that you set up for me will be worse than some of the places I've vended at. There's no bottom that you could hit that I haven't already been to.
Wait till you see the bathrooms, and then we'll have a talk.
Amazing. Hey, as long as I'm not in a farmer's like field, hay and flies all around, we're golden, man. That's
that sounds like a story we maybe do want to hear, maybe don't. Not sure.
I'll tell you later. I'll tell you. I don't want to offend anybody that might be that's like a convention promoter, but that was a rough weekend. Oh boy.
Okay.
Sounds like we're back to goat on a rope. That's
goat on a rope. Yeah,
goat on a rope.
Bring it. Gotta bring it. Oh,
ain't no goat like a goat on a rope. All right. So, but I think we want to feature the Komodo golem next. Komodo.
Oh yeah, sure.
Komodo.
Yeah, this was one of the ones Mike learned a new word for this monster.
Nice. Yeah. Oh, is that a real word, Mike? What is that?
Yes, it is. It's not the usual.
What does it mean?
Because generally, I think it's the medical term for blackheads. Like when you have I did that exact same thing. Oh, God.
That didn't come. No. I wish I would have known that going into this guy. No, because he was like, it said he was covered in hair and made of different body part. I'm like, what is going on with this guy? But it gave me an opportunity to draw gross stuff again. So I appreciate that very, very much. So,
that's perfect.
Komodo. That's good. See, I'm glad I came in because now I've learned something new so that I could take that forward. I'll be drawing Komodo art.
Right. Yeah. That's funny.
I love it.
Oh, I gotta Google that now. That's who authored that one. Do you remember?
That was Erica Lowe. Last.
Oh yeah.
That's a hyphenated.
Okay.
Starts with T. I don't know.
Tarpley. Yeah.
Erica.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Okay, actually, don't Google this because images pop up. But wow.
Amazing. Well, I gotta say, this is what I love about DCC in general is I would have thought that we would have run out of golems 25 years ago, and they still keep coming, and I'm here for it. That's amazing. So
you can do anything with golem. I mean, you can have solo cup golem.
That's great. Well, so let's take a turn and go from the Komodo golem a whole different direction to the market dragon. Talk about two different kind of images. What was it about this one that you liked, Colin?
I love how you gave me something cute to draw, which is super fun too, but also because it was the monster that would unlock when you guys hit 300K, which was just, I believe, this morning, right? Like I was kind of
It was
keeping
like
my
an
eye.
hour or two ago.
Yeah, so
was,
I wanted to kind of maybe bring it on and be like, look, guys, unlock this guy. And like, you already did it. So y'all are great. So he's just a cute little sweetie. I love him.
Yep.
He's a dragon the size of a cat that his hoard is like trinkets. Amazing.
It's pretty cool. I think he's probably the front runner, probably the second in the line of if we do a plushie, a Goodman Games plushie. I think the Market Dragon might be an option.
Right after Brad's Beaker, Brain in a Beaker, right?
Yeah, either that or the
sharpest solo
or the Flump. I think the Flump might get that might be in the foreground. But yeah, I would do a beaker in a bottle, Brain in a beaker in a bottle.
I know.
with a goat on the rope. Yeah.
Yep, there you go. Are you going to bring the Goodman Games goat on a rope to Dungeon Con? Like, are you gonna rent a live goat?
I mean, give it a year or two, and it'll be at the it'll be Con at after hours at Gen Con.
Oh yeah.
Or I could see a T-shirt at some point, just a goat image with like ropes, like screen printed around your neck.
Yeah. They have so I live in California, and when it gets, in order to prevent forest fires or wildfires, they want to keep all the grass. There's all this like wild grass that grows 4 feet tall, and they want to keep it like mowed down. And somebody learned a couple of years ago, the most efficient way to do that is not lawnmowers or humans, it's herds of goats. And so I think it's now like our official like county goat herd or something. There was a job listing making the rounds on like Nextdoor a couple of years ago where the county was hiring an official like goat herder, and you could apply. It had like county benefits and that, and it was like, must have experience in herding goats. It's like nobody I know has that. But several times lately you drive around and you see all these like white specks up on a hill, and they like rotate the goats throughout. They have like portable netting, I guess, or fencing or whatever. They like unroll the fencing. The goats have like 4 square miles for the day, and by the end of the day, like the entire hill is denuded.
Wow.
So
Awesome.
it's how we do it out here.
Honey, I'll be late to dinner. I gotta go rotate the goats.
That's the apprentice, is the goat rotator, and he can work his way up to actual goat herd. I put 5 long years in goat rotation before I got the key job.
And like the best goat in the herd is like, it's the goat. It's the greatest of all time.
Oh yeah.
That's great. All right, Colin, I think we got one more to show off. I think the Sea Crush might be our last image.
Yeah. I've hit the zenith as an artist. I've been paid to draw fish with legs. So like that's it. There's nowhere to go but down. It's a 20-foot tall fish with legs that could ride a bicycle if it wanted to. I guess it jumps out of the water and slams into people, and I think that's just bananas and awesome. And it was kind of fun because the OG illustration is a different color.
Wow. Yeah.
I got to like adjust digitally and do that. I had a game plan, and I wasn't happy with it. I wanted to get those pinks and blues and stuff in there.
Yeah.
So,
I love the coloration. That's very cool.
Yeah. So
you got Chris Doyle really excited. Fish with legs. He says he wants to get back on the stream. He's
well, according to Arlo Guthrie, when clams get that big, God gives them little feet so they can get around.
There you go. Right.
Right on. I could see a whole monster book of various aquatic creatures now, but now with legs, and you have to fight them. So.
That's gonna be like Dungeon Denizens number 47 when we've like run out of all the other ideas.
Yep.
Eel with eelipedes, right? They're eels, but they've got 100 legs. Yeah, it writes itself. I mean,
right. That's funny.
Amazing.
Nothing would make Chris happier than a monster book that was all aquatic creatures.
We should make it like one of those. Remember those kids' books that are waterproof? So you can read your kid in the bath.
Yeah.
Or maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe
it comes with those little pills you put in the bath and they foam out. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like into the monster.
Like the bath bomb. We have like the bath bomb edition.
Goodman Games and Lush Beauty Products team up for the crossover of the century.
That's great.
No, I'm suddenly having a recovered memory of like at least people of a certain age may remember bath foam. They had like it had like a stormtrooper head or something like this, and it was like a fun foam that you throw in there. I mean, Joe is looking like he has no clue what this is. And Matt is
I don't
like,
know this one. I
vaguely
missed this one. I'm sorry to say,
because you'd put it on your face like you had a big white beard, and totally.
That's exactly it. Right. I'm sure if somebody goes online right now on YouTube and searches like bath phone commercial, vintage bath phone commercial, they will find what I'm talking about.
I feel like Stormtrooper and Chewbacca. Like I remember.
I told you it was just Star Wars chat. Like
I know. We just can't stay away.
And we're back.
Well, Shane Magid, he's like, wait, why do people keep hijacking the Star Wars chat to talk about RPG mods?
Amazing.
That's funny.
So I have to point out we're giving out another bonus monster for every 30 minutes of overtime mode. So we're still in overtime mode, which is awesome. And I think the next one we were going to give out was going to be the Alchemist. So I don't want to interrupt the Star Wars talk. We'll get back on track in a minute, but just letting you all know we're giving out the Alchemist to backers, and now we can go back to talking Star Wars.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, the Alchemist.
Go ahead, Matt. Go.
No.
After you. I was just gonna make a ham-fisted joke about Han cutting the Alchemist open, shoving Luke inside to keep him.
There you go.
It was bad. Your stuff's better. Go, man.
No, not at all. I was just gonna go to colorful because you talked about the colorful Sea Crush. That Alchemist has a they used every single crayon in their box to create that art. So that's awesome. Yeah. Awesome. I think if I'm not mistaken, that was Chris Arneson who did that one, and he laid into the oil paints on that one for sure.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah. I like that guy.
Shane, I'm happy to be the first Goodman person to pronounce your last name properly the first time around. It was entirely,
Amazing.
So it's not Madget? Is that what he's saying? All right. Fair enough. I can't say anything bad. It sounds like he's a PA resident too. So we gotta share some love for Penn's Woods.
I would say what's in the water out there, but I've driven through through Pittsburgh, so I know exactly what's in the water.
Only the finest minerals and vitamins that the Allegheny, Ohio can merge together.
I can say this as a New Yorker, you're still a step above Jersey.
There you go. That's funny.
Oh, amazing.
All right, another stretch goal monster. That's great. Super cool.
Terrific. What got
overtime monster, right? Is that
overtime monster? Overtime, yeah.
I'm saying
monster,
the wrong thing. Yeah. Cool.
It's okay. We'll fix it in post.
Yeah.
Fix the live stream.
Yeah.
Oh, this has been so entertaining too so far. Like I've been watching the whole time.
Good.
And it's just like there's a lot of bang for your buck in this live stream. Good stuff.
You might be our target audience, Colin. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Yeah.
Our viewership is going down simply because you're here and not out there. That's
That's great.
Amazing.
All right, wait. So we have another Colin monster coming up, right? Or did we cover all? No, we talked Sea Crush. Oh, we talked
got
all
them
of
all. We got
them all. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep. But I think we are going to let you go in a minute. I'm sure you have other monsters to draw, and I think we have another couple more folks to roll in. Yeah. But I'm glad Joe reminded us that you need to bring some real stuff, and we're going to put you at a table at Dungeon Con and let people admire your work. And hopefully put some stuff up for sale, which is great.
Ooh, no, it's just a display booth only. I'm a museum now. I get to write.
I know. I was going to say, it's like, they gave me that same story. Went to the British Museum. Can I no.
Amazing. Amazing.
I want to go in them Easter Island heads and just put it in the closet.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Well, I'm excited. If you see me at Dungeon Con, say hi. I'm going to be screening a film print of Star Wars there illegally. It's going to be a great time.
Just do it right outside our release line. But if you're out there, you can do whatever you want. It's the other guy's problem.
Is there anybody in the building you don't like? I'll go into their office.
We'll show you the guy.
Nice.
Yeah.
The sound of helicopters as Disney lawyers start, parachuting down onto the
They're like rappelling down from the helicopters with like a little brief. Wait, stop! Cease and desist.
Somebody writing Dumbo.
That's great.
Amazing. Oh, so good.
Oh, cool. Thank you, Colin, for stopping by.
Hey,
It was
thank you
great
guys.
chatting
This
with
was
you and
great.
fun seeing
This
you.
was
All right.
great.
We appreciate you. See you, buddy.
Yep, no problem. Take care now.
All right. Sounds
Bye.
Hello, everybody. We are back, and we have a new artist. We've replaced one artist with the next. This time from a Western locale in a sunny area, as opposed to Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Hello?
I'm the next overtime creature this
This is
I love the topic so far. Farm stories,
Yep.
Pennsylvania. I mean, these are I'm in. Like when I
Mhm.
heard Star Wars farm stories, Pennsylvania, I'm in. So
That's
yeah.
awesome. That's awesome. So this is artist Aaron Crater, who has created a bunch of monsters for Dungeon Denizens 1 and now Dungeon Denizens 2, and more in the future. I think you still probably have a few more on your list, Aaron, which is
Yeah.
great. That's awesome.
And if you can
Awesome.
guess which ones I did, you get a prize because I for some reason didn't sign a single one. So you'll go through Dungeon but I think most of the artists didn't. Like we were all
Right.
just I don't know what we were thinking on that. That's
Right.
funny.
Right. Yeah.
You're
Yeah, I
preempted.
think-
I drew them all. You can tell. Right?
Secret Michael Curtis talents. Yeah.
we already covered that in me drawing the mechanical bull. That's about the best horse that I could draw. It's just, I'm like basically a brown Twinkie.
Uh-huh.
Wow. I think he might have won that March Madness tournament if we'd have put him in there. So
Could be true. The real trick would be to draw the bull while you're on the bull. Like that's what I would really like to see.
might make a Picasso doing that. That would be pretty special.
Certain things in popular culture I wish would make a comeback. At least for like a long weekend, I'd give it a shot.
Yeah.
If I wandered into some bar and there was a mechanic ball, I'd be like, light it up, baby. Let's try this.
Really? All right. You're
Why
braver
not?
than me.
Life's short, right?
You just got back from the dentist too, and you're willing to get on a mechanical bull.
Yeah,
That's
well, you know what? Sometimes, like current Mike is forgets that he's current Mike, and young
Right,
Mike still
right.
talks through his mouth.
Yeah, there's a reason those things are in bars. You don't find them in sober locations. People be like, I ain't gonna do that.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna head down to Kmart and ride the mechanical bull.
Right. You don't even put them in gyms, It's like
Right. Yeah, that could be.
No. I found one at the Ronald McDonald House, right?
Right. That's a good option for leg day. Ride the mechanical bull at the local gym. Well, we're here to talk about monsters that aren't mechanical. Well, sometimes mechanical, I guess. but I think we're gonna queue up the bestower, which is an illustration that you did, Aaron. What?
Oh yeah.
Tell us about the bestower. What is it that made you pick this one?
Oh man, this one I really loved it because it just like the creepiness of it. That's the original. I think like I
Oh,
don't
nice. Yeah.
do, but like yeah, sometimes you can see a little detail in the originals that you get lost. But like I just like the idea of it kind of like creepily floating in, and you can't really see its face underneath all this hair. I just like when you can't see the eyes of something,
Mhm.
something's wrong, and it just kind of creeps you out. I like that kind of creepy factor. So, and then just the elongated hands, like those kind of like the
Yeah.
hands that just go on and on. I'm like, oh, this seems like every horror movie. Like, this is the creature that would haunt the things that haunt you, you know? Like, this is the haunt of haunts. So, yeah.
When the girl from The Ring has nightmares, you know,
Yeah, right.
she has nightmares about the bestower, right? That's
Uh-huh. That's funny.
and those things are like, he has better hair than I do, you know.
A little bit of indie, a little bit of
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, I dig that one. And is that the case? Is that part of the deal on that one? Is it doesn't walk? It just kind of floats, shows up in
if it's the one I think so. I think so.
yeah,
It's
it should. That sounds awesome.
if I remember correctly.
Did I add that? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think so. I think it was in it. Hold on, I'll find out. Like,
It is.
Oh, you don't have to. It's totally fine. I think I love the illustration, and even if it doesn't do that, it needs to do that because
Does
that's
now.
much creepier. Yeah,
it
especially if
has
it's
a nasty tendency of showing up where you don't want it to be. So,
yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Yep. I can hear its long toenails dragging along the floor as it as it comes into the room.
Yeah. I mean, I think the description was just like the bestowers are a spirit made of shadow in a humanoid form. So, okay, maybe it didn't float.
No, it does now. Yeah, I love it. I love it. That's cool.
Yeah.
But similarly, let's go from one extreme to the other, right? I think that from the bestower, let's check out the mantis shrimp next.
Oh, okay. Personal fan of mantis shrimp for a long time. Big time fan, long time fan, first time caller. But those guys are amazing, like in nature, in real nature. So a giant one, get out of here, man. That thing, I would be backing up. If I had a character, I would be just like, nope, give him the room.
That's awesome.
So I don't know if people have read about these in nature, but like
I'm
it
clueless.
actually creates like, I guess when it flashes its fists, it's so fast that it compresses the salt water and it causes a spark, like an actual explosion. You can see them like underwater, like when they do that, it'll create a little flash. That's sick. That is sick speed, and it'll crack the shells of almost any creature. It pretty much a one punch
really?
It'll knock out or kill a creature in one punch. It just
really?
Yeah, and so a giant version of this, the damage on that would be like
right.
3D100. I don't know.
Yeah.
Massive damage. But then they also have eyes that have more, like I think we have 4 different color cones that we get the full spectrum that we see from.
Yeah.
And then butterflies have like something insane, like 256 or something, like a bunch.
Really?
And these creatures have like some, like in the thousands. The number of colors they can come up with are in the tens of thousands from different kinds of. So what are they seeing? And then that's interesting because they themselves have all these spectrums and colors within them.
Yeah.
So it's a really magical creature just in nature. There's not a lot you can add to make it more magical than it, or just to make it giant. So yeah. Blow it up. But yeah, I have that one here too. Yeah, I have.
Oh, I wanted to see the original. Yeah. The colors are amazing. Really cool.
And then they have those cool little ghosty eyes that are just sort of like if it catches the light, it just looks blank. And that's kind of adds to the creep level, like this kind of like gazing into this soul of this thing. They seem alien, along with octopus, you know, and squid. They seem very like from another planet. So.
Yeah. My wife and I are watching The Americas right now. That nature show that Tom Hanks hosts. I don't even know what channel it's on. I forget. But they feature different parts of the North and South America over the course of time, and they did one aquatic one episode recently, and I'm sure that everybody in high school learned that octopuses have multiple brains. There's a brain for each tentacle. If I learned that, I forgot it, and that's fascinating. I can't even imagine how you evolved to like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna get little mini brains in each one of these. That's amazing.
They totally crashed from another planet and got stranded.
Yeah.
They were from an aquatic planet. They crashed. They're like, yeah, we just got to make do here on Earth.
Yeah.
And they kind of like, yeah. Just,
Yeah.
Or maybe we are the ones. maybe this is really octopus world, and
right. That's funny.
Big
right.
bald
Well,
guys
it was all water at one point. So hey, I like this theory.
Yeah, could be true.
Guy from Prometheus showed up, and next thing you know, got humans running all over the place, right?
Oh,
and the octopus are like, "Come on, this used to be such a nice place."
Yeah,
that's
We're back to farm stories. Can I throw my farm story now? No.
Nice.
You don't want this.
No. Only if you can tie it into Star Wars somehow.
Well, I kind of those orc-looking guys in Star Wars.
Yeah, the Gamoran guards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were in rubber suits, man. Every time they jiggled, you could tell it was like so wrong, but I love it.
Yeah,
but yeah,
totally love it.
Pigs are fascinating creatures. We had pig farm. Yeah. My family had pig operation, small one, but still enough to bring the horrors of what a pig. There were literally like farmers that would have a heart attack in their pen, and all they'd find is like a belt buckle, because they will bite you. Like they will just test you. Can I bite you and you won't move? Will you allow it? And so you'd be going amongst them, like doing something with their pen or something, and they come up to me and crowd me and push me, try to knock me over or bite me, and you just have to whack them hard and say, no, I'm still here, and they're like,
wow.
But if you fell down in there, or they would just eat everything, the leather, the cloth, everything. All you'd find is little bits of metal. It's like
that was the plan in Hannibal. That was the guy in Hannibal, played by Gary Oldman. He wanted to get Anthony Hopkins to feed him to the pigs. Like if I recall, they were going to like paralyze him or something, so he felt everything. The pigs ate him. That's
wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of like movies now and shows where they have basically pig operations or pig farm as part of like ways to get rid of bodies for like criminal organizations and stuff like that. They're like, be suspect of anybody that owns a pig farm, Not everybody. I mean, it's pretty good money because you don't have to feed it, the price for feed versus the weight that you could sell them at was pretty good. So it's a lucrative operation when the pig numbers are up.
Yeah.
And they grow fast. Like it was amazing. We'd buy them like at the fair, like this big.
Yeah.
Cute little suckers.
Yeah.
And months, full size, man.
Wow.
355 pounds. Go to market. That's it.
It's like the first 5 minutes of like the horror movie. It's like the teenagers are driving down the country road. They're just passing like empty farm, abandoned farm, abandoned farm, abandoned farm, and then like a pig farm, which is doing really good for some reason, and
wonder why.
We found out where all the neighbors went,
That's funny.
Save money on feed, drop some bodies in there. Yeah, that's good.
Cool.
We went dark. The overtime show's gone dark.
Welcome back to Pig
We just
Chat.
got another place.
All right, we got a light-based creature here somewhere.
Yeah, we're going back to Mantisville, from Pig Farm back to Mantisville. I think Necromantis might be the next creature we're going to show.
Do I have that one here? I don't have the original on me right now, but I love that creature.
Yeah, me too.
The idea of that, because mantis are pretty nasty in and of themselves, but like an undead. And so I thought it'd be funny, like, well, it's impossible that it could fly with all these holes in it. Who cares? Like, it's fine. Go for it.
Yeah.
It's undead.
And there's like little bits kind of coming off as it's in the air and stuff. Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Yeah.
I love that one. And same thing, those two big dead eyes. It's super creepy. That's a good one.
I don't think it did well in the March Madness. I think it got consumed by the all-consuming brain in a bottle or something. But that was such a cool creature to go all the way.
I think that is cool, but I think there's something too. We were just talking about this, Mike. I think talking about Brendan's point of view, where you can at the table describe a dragon as frighteningly as you want, but you bring up something that's a little bit more like bait, like a snake related or a spider related or something that people have really seen, creeps you out like nothing else, right? So maybe the necromantis did that. It's like, I don't want any part of that. I'm gonna.
I hate bugs anyway, so anything insect or bug, like that's why I was like, oh yeah, that's a real creature. Because if it's a bug and it's twitchy like that, oh, I hate that kind of twitchy stuff.
Yeah, that's cool. Very cool.
Give me a snake any day, but no, not the.
Just leave the bugs behind, huh? All right.
Anything that eats bugs, I'm the friend of that thing. You know, give me frogs, give me spiders. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Bugs, no bugs.
That's funny. All right. I think we might have one left. I think that we're going to check out the trash column before we wrap it up. And I'm a big fan of this one too, Aaron. I'm glad that you chose this guy.
Oh man, I got no trash column in front of me, but I do love this idea of this thing. And it was just kind of like mouth open, oozing that kind of nasty smell of a trash. And
yeah.
And I like I'm trying to go with like, so I was reading about character design, like make things, you know, angular. It kind of gives off danger when you think things round.
Oh yeah.
Like that Colin made that cute round, baby dragon. He used a lot of round lines to kind of like soften it. And like square things just seem like they're here to stay. They're blocks. So for a golem that's like taking up space, I really wanted it to fit like a square, and just kind of conveys denseness, immovability. And I don't know, I just really loved making that creature. That was a fun idea.
Nice.
But it's also hard to make a composite creature, something made up of a lot of little things. You gotta kind of, I don't know, it's a bit of a challenge, but you gotta kind of shorthand that. So
well, I was going to say, it kind of goes back to the observation that nature doesn't like straight lines. So, I mean, so you can see something in this case is like there's a lot of straight lines, and this is clearly something that is unnatural. So, I mean, something that is created by, humanity, whether that be the trash in the first place or the golem that turns it, the trash turns into. So.
Yeah, I can almost smell that piece when I look at it.
There are far too many of these I can actually smell. That's
and then I realized I just need to get into the shower. Yeah.
No. This one reminds me, there's some aspects of it that remind me of one of my favorites, the Otyug, right? I mean, the Otyug is such a fun monster to picture and to use in an adventure. I think we've talked about that before too, Mike. Aren't you a fan of these?
My favorite is the Neo Otyug, because not only is it a trash monster, it's a psychic trash monster.
He knows when you're about to throw something away. He just starts ambling over.
When they did the OAR version of Expedition to the Barrier Peaks, I said, okay, we're getting some Otyugs in here one way or the other, so.
That's great. And I misspoke. I said, I thought I saw Trash Column was number 5. It's not. We have one more to show off. So let's take a peek at the Winter Weird.
Oh, yeah.
So we can put that on screen, Aaron, if you don't have the real version there, no problem.
Yeah, I got like all kinds of stuff that I forgot, like,
Oh, cool.
But like I got to, this is the one I almost picked. That weird, cool. That thing is. But no, I don't have that. But I love that creature. I can see it in my mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the way the lighting and colors, because it's like, first of all, you're like, okay, well, snow, oh, it's just white. Well, snow, when you look at it, it takes on a lot of colors that are around it. So just trying to bring in yellows and blues and just kind of like the light hitting it and the shadow and stuff like that. Actually, snow has a lot of color. So I had to really look at kind of snow and storms and stuff like that, little images and pieces and photos, and try to get some good reference for what kind of this swirling spirit of this freezing thing. So I wanted to convey like you're getting cold just looking at it, but kind of like that snake-like spiraling. That's a lot of fun. That was a fun creature. I really liked the way the lighting came out on that one.
I agree. Yeah, that's great. Yep. Colin agrees too. Colin's still in the chat. He says he loves the colors. So yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, pretty neat.
That means a lot. Thanks, Colin.
Pretty neat.
Yeah.
All right. So those are the 5. You have a bunch. I think you have a few more to do. And I think that so you're not going to be at Dungeon Con, so we won't be able to see you there. That's a little too far to travel, I'm sorry to say, for you.
Yeah.
But I do think that we're looking forward to heading out there. I do think that Studio 9 has probably a few products inside the warehouse that probably folks can pick up or maybe track you down in other ways. I know that you've done a lot of, in addition to doing art directly for Goodman Games, you have your own studio, you do your own art, and you write your own adventures for
Absolutely.
DCC and MCC, etc. Go ahead.
Exactly. We got a whole team here working on stuff. So we get a chance whenever we can to go to conventions and we love the DCC line and make products in that line. So yeah, we've got a couple new things coming out, and yeah, we love this DCC line. This is really something else for us, and to be able to support and make products for them. And then also was announced last year, we're distributed now by Goodman Games as they got into the distribution end of things. We're now distributed by Goodman Games. So yeah, it's not just in the online store, it's actually supported directly as a distributor. So that's like a really good partnership. We really appreciate it. It's been awesome. We love it. And
that's great. Yeah,
like Colin said, to be able to make creatures up and stuff, okay, all right, I'll do that. Creatures for a living, so sure.
Yeah.
So,
That's
it's nice. It's nice to be able to design monsters where you can take the gloves off a little bit. You don't have to worry about 50 years of accumulated, backstory or anything like that. You just worry, what if a giant mantis group came and ate somebody? Let's draw that up.
Let's put legs on a huge fish. Yeah.
Put legs on it.
Put legs on it. What did Joseph say? Dungeon Denizen 47. It's got legs.
It's like anything. Once it gets too far, it's just gonna be like, it'll be like we just give legs to things without legs, and then the next one will be giving wings to things without wings, and but that's not till like 38, 37, so.
Right. It's my wife watches she loves the cooking channel, and there's a show on there that Guy Fieri hosts, and he has this thing called the randomizer. So the challenge is these chefs to put a dish together that includes all the different elements from this randomizer, and it tells you what protein you need to use, it tells you how it needs to be cooked, it tells you, there's like 7 or 8 different. That's what we need for the next Dungeon Denizens, is we pull the lever and all these wheels spin, and it's creature that lives in the desert, but it's got wings. However, it's undead, and also it's made up of millions of times, and then we just let him loose.
Yeah.
Send Aaron all those words, all those keywords, and he has to do his thing.
I know Stefan back in the day was working on an Exquisite Corpses monster making thing at some point, but
true story. Yep.
I think, like many things, it's a great idea that real life gets in the way or something. So
well, it's almost like we planned this, Mike, because in a future Goodman Games Gazette, that product is going to be teased a little bit. Stefan and Harley have been talking about that. I actually have a prototype in the other room because I think it's a cool idea for sure. So anyway, there still might be some life in that one. So that's great. Yeah, very cool.
Wow. Necromantis isn't the only thing coming back from the dead here.
No, I think that's true. That's true for sure. So I appreciate that you mentioned that you have some stuff in distribution at the warehouse. I know I am going to go there, and I'm going to try to pick up a copy of the Strange Night at the Pony, Strange Night at the Pint and Pony.
Yeah, where you get to play a hobbit, or I call them hobbits. Sorry, it's like Alana will have to bleep that out or something, on the time today. But yeah, so you get to play a dwarf. Any of the short races that are just having a good night, and it goes weird, and it gets weirder, and it just gets weirder. So, and every time you think you know what's going on, it just gets it turns a little more bizarre. It's a good tournament one because you can run it fast, and it's kind of festive and fun. 0 level.
Cool. Yeah.
Good introduction to DCC, but also got some kind of new twists and stuff. So yeah, that's a fun one. Nice. It's been popular. Yeah.
Nice.
You never know what you make was going to catch on. Like some things I make, I'm like, oh, I thought that one would be the one, but yeah, this one's the one. And so yeah, it's kind of fun to see what people glob onto and get into. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, Shane reminds us we need to say vertically challenged. Short is no longer PC, so we need to no. Anyway. All right, Aaron, we've kept you here for a while. We appreciate you coming on, showing some of your work. Very cool. But we're gonna take a little break and we'll be back in a minute, but we're gonna let Aaron get back to his real life.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. Thank
All
you
right.
again.
OT.
And we are back, and Aaron got eaten by a giant mantis shrimp, so it's just Matt and I right now. So we may have another artist joining us in a little bit right now. We're waiting to hear back from him. But while we're here, I did want to address a little comment that I saw in there because Shane was saying, we need Dungeon Denizens a monster harvesting guide, and well, let me just point out that a little book called Dungeon Denizens 1, the DCC version, has a little thing called creature harvesting table. So we're already ahead of you. So if you haven't made your way to the back of the appendix of the Dungeon Denizens 1, we're a step ahead of you because we have a handy table for harvesting stuff off of dead monsters. So we can't help you out with the cookbook yet, but that's because I'm only halfway through Delicious in Dungeon right now. But as soon as I get the other, 9 episodes, we'll do that. So, so.
That's great. Yeah, you were the one that turned me on to that show, and I have I don't think I'm far along as you are, but it's great. It's a really cool idea.
I don't know, and it touches on all of the all the classic old school dungeon crawl tropes, which they do a really good job of.
Yeah, somebody who people behind that really understand dungeon crawling.
Shane admits he hasn't got that far in the book. Understand, it's a book, so I mean, I wouldn't know about it if I didn't put it there.
That's cool.
No.
I was thinking maybe that we could talk about a few of the other monsters that are involved in this. And I think that in particular, there were some monsters that some of which have bitten the dust at this point in our Sweet 16 monster madness situation, but still fun to talk about and look at.
Yes. Yeah.
And maybe if we give Elena a little bit of heads up, she can pop a few on while we're discussing.
Okay. I know which one we have to talk about last.
Yeah.
There was clearly a fan favorite that came out of that, but I mean, people were even disregarding, like everything they'd heard about other monsters just so that one monster could win.
Right. Yeah, true story. One of the ones that I really liked from the Sweet 16, and I don't know how it progressed. I haven't seen the stats, but something called the Bane Lash. Do you remember that one, Mike?
I remember it, but I mean, I remember the look on it and everything. But it's one there are so many monsters in this book. It was just, it's like I always have to have a refresher before these begin. So I mean, there's always a chance that I could do, luckily because I'm well organized here. It's Bane Lash, and something will come out here, and it might be a version that is actually in DCC, but
right. Hopefully so. It definitely has a Lovecraftian kind of vibe to it. I kind of thought maybe it was a DCC origin, but I wasn't sure.
I don't know. I don't. It's one of the things is we got better doing this one, than we did the first book around. So we had both the 5e and the DCC chain contributing stuff. But as we were discussing with Aaron, is that this is the Bane Lashers are a species of flying cephalopod. So so there we go. So we have flying octopi. So there's a Lovecraftian thing here. So they also originated on this planet before the humans showed up. Crash landed here. So there you go. Yes.
Yep. That's cool.
A subterranean monster. They live down, in the underdeep, and they attack. They prey on animals and humanoids alike. And
is that right? Okay.
They have a leash-like mouth that allows them to draw the blood off of their. So they're vampire flying octopuses.
with 3 wings of all things.
Exactly.
That's great. Yeah, I dig that one for sure. That illustration is awesome. And let's see here. Another one that I really I don't know. We don't have to get too deep into the aquatic. If Chris was here, we'd talk about the ethereal maw, right? Because he'd be like, he'd tell us all about that. What's that fish that has the light thing that hangs down in front? It's
anglerfish.
Anglerfish.
Well, there's an anglerfish, but I think there actually might be a lanternfish as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
so maybe that's something different.
Similar things.
Cool. Yeah, I dig that guy for sure. And another one that I should probably hold on to this in case when Will stops by. But I do like the goblin spawn. Do you remember the one with
how could you forget the goblin spawn? That was one which was that was another one that was very popular out there. I mean, it couldn't go up against the Brain in the Beaker blight. The idea of a kind of an aberration that does a lethal puppet show is hard to say no to, right?
Yeah, that's wild. Imagining that thing, if coming across that as you're traveling through the forest or whatever, that is crazy.
I love the background. Is there's the thing that like goblins are terrified of this thing for obvious reasons because you
Yeah.
know like they say like a pale goblin like, hey buddy, what's going on? You walk over here and get eaten, you know.
Right.
You,
Yeah,
you,
that's
you do a
awesome.
lot of fun in game with that. Of like, you know, you have like, you know, one of the times you have a non-violent encounter with goblins about, oh, you know, look out for the pale goblins. They're not, you know, what are you talking about? No, just trust us on
Yeah, it's like the yellow snow. You got to learn to stay away. That is not a good place to be. Coolio, if I had to pick another one that I really like the looks of, I like that mecha arachnid. That's a pretty sweet looking one as well. And I don't.
And also the guy who directed the Wild West would also enjoy that monster.
Yeah, right.
His only critique would must be bigger.
Yeah, this one is yeah. Once again, I don't know much about the background, what's going on with it, but I mean, it is so stinking cool looking. It doesn't none of that matters. None of that matters.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I mean, we can't go wrong. Can't go wrong with mechanical anything. Because it has all the nastiness and it's also, you know, made out of metal. So
right. Yeah, very cool. The we were having a discussion the other day. We were talking, and I'm going to reveal some lack of nerd cred by saying that I'm not today, nor was I ever interested in the Transformers. The mecha arachnid kind of reminds me of that, you know, that kind of a metallic creature. And I feel like I'm probably the exception for people of my generation. Like, I think the Transformers were big.
They were.
Are you a fan? Were you a fan at any point?
So I was one of those things that came around right on the cusp of kind of where I was moving out at. I was, you know, I did remember reading the comic book at the time, but I was even to the point where there was one where G.I. Joe and the Transformers, you know, met up in a one back in the 80s. I was in G.I. Joe and beginning to go out of that. And so like the Transformers I was just on the cusp of that. I was kind of fully out of that age nerddom by the time Masters of the Universe came out. I was a den chief for a little while for a den of Cub Scouts, and everything I know about Masters of the Universe I know from them because you know, they were the perfect right age for Masters of the Universe stuff. So.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, Masters of the Universe was on the periphery for me. G.I. Joe didn't do anything for me. Transformers didn't do anything for me. I will say that Thundar, I was a Thundar fan for sure when that came out. That's the right little bit of nerd. And I think that the artwork too, like I think now later on I learned that Alex Toth and Jack Kirby both had some influence on the way that all looked, and makes sense, right? I think that's totally that comes through, and that was an appeal for me at the time. But I was actually gaming the other night, and I was the exception when I mentioned that I wasn't a Transformers fan. I could feel the room kind of chill just a little, right?
But I don't know. Maybe there's something inherently. I take it you're not like a car guy though, right? So you know,
that's true.
Maybe there's something inherently that, you know, maybe there's like that gene. You know, maybe that's why they came out with the Dinobot, because they knew more kids had like the, you know, the dinosaur gene.
Yeah.
So that's
Yep. I agree with you, Elena. Thundercats were awesome. Thundercats go. I think that was a hard thumbs up. I did like Robotech though, way back when in the time. I was a Robotech fan. But I think that I know something you've been revisiting, Mike, is Micronauts. Is that true?
I didn't really get into the Micronauts back in the day, but they started republishing the old Marvel ones, and I kind of got them, you know, on Kindle, because I say what did I miss basically back in the day. I had one. I think it might have been Time Traveler. It was the one he had the little backpack with the little two wings that looked like badminton, you know.
Oh yeah, right.
Press a little button and they stuck out, you know.
Yeah.
I didn't realize until recently that they were actually little teeny tiny stuff. I knew they were smaller than G.I. Joe and Star Wars, so that's
it. Sure, totally. Yeah. I was not a giant fan back in the day of them, but I know the issues that Michael Golden drew. He was one of my favorite artists. So anytime there's a Michael Golden Micronauts, that's an easy buy for sure. But as far as Micronauts lore, I didn't do much for that.
Is Michael Golden still out there? Can we get him for Dungeons & Denizens 3?
I would love that. I I was definitely into comics, still into comics, but it's mostly about the art. I mean, I guess that makes sense. But Michael Golden drew a Vietnam comic called The Nom, and
Did he do that? Okay.
yeah, totally. And I think someone else took it over at some point. But would I have bought a Vietnam comic otherwise? Nope. But if he drew it, I'm in. Doesn't matter.
I read the Nom because I was introduced to the Nom because the comic there was a comic in Savage Tales that was black and white, like Savage Sword of Conan, like magazine size comics that ran for I think 8 issues in the early 80s.
Totally, yeah.
There was like 3 issues that had it was basically the same writer, and I think it might have even been this. I don't know if it was Mike Golden to begin with or not, but it was they took that and then it was successful enough. I think Marvel said, "Do you want to do this as a monthly series?"
Oh, okay. If I remember, and I probably don't, Larry Hama might have been the writer on that. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And I only know his name from the Nom because
and he appeared in an episode of MASH.
Is that right?
Yes, he was. Yep. He was
Oh, wow.
I don't know if he was a full-time actor, he just stumbled into it, but he was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's wild. That's a great calling card. IMDb credit, right? On MASH. Yeah. That's not too bad. Yeah.
I discovered something just this week. There's a terrible 80s slasher movie called The Prowler. It makes no sense whatsoever of it. And
yeah,
one of the writers on it, their last name was Barbera. And I was wondering, and sure enough, yes. So the writer, the co-writer on this terrible slasher movie is the Barbera from Harada and Barbera.
Wow, that's funny.
I can say this as a writer. I'll take anything for a paycheck, right?
Right. That's funny. Cool. All right, well, let's look at one more of the Sweet 16 monsters. I think the Stone Tongue is another one that appealed to me just on a visual level. I think Robbie Burns, who was on a little bit ago, illustrated this one. And oh, you know what? I think her Tentacle is in here too. We might have to visit both of those.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
But I definitely dig the Stone Tongue. I don't know. Do you know anything behind the scenes on this one?
I know it's basically like a death barnacle type thing. It's just where it's it will come and it will kick your butt. But it was, let's see.
That's a cool one. That's it. I just love the look of it. Does it so maybe the things that we're looking at that look like they're coming out of it, are those what holds it on to to some of the creature?
It's actually very small. It's only about 6 inches in diameter. They are barnacles, and they cement themselves to a surface, and the plates open up and they close like a flower. And basically, when it detects motion in the water, the barnacle attacks with these whip-like ciria, I guess CIRRI, which are coated with the same cement that the barnacle affixes itself to. So it's like a big glue trap type thing, and then. It can take you down and it drags you into its mouth, but since its mouth is like barnacle hard, it slowly chews you up in small little bite-sized bits. So it's really nasty.
It is nasty. Yeah.
Do they cluster like barnacles? Yes.
Yeah, right.
At least they do in my campaign there.
Yeah, hell yeah. Yep. Chris says Stone Tongue equals Doom Barnacle.
I'm looking over it and it says colony, so I'm going to say yes, that they do.
Oh, colony. Yeah. Wow.
And having spent a summer working in a boatyard, scraping barnacles off the bottom of a boat, it would just be my luck to run into a bunch of these.
How hard is it to actually get those barnacles off? Like, I've heard that and seen it, but I've never.
It's a pain. It's a pain in the ass.
Okay.
It's like, it depends on the circumstance. I mean, basically, since I was like a kid, they basically hand me like a paint scraper and said, go to work. And, you're just covered in fragments of, barnacle shell and everything. It was literally the worst job I've ever had working.
No kidding. Wow.
Being in a bilge full of rancid seawater and diesel fuel and everything. It was just like, yeah, I can see.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds awful.
No.
I won't go into it, but the worst job I had involves a turkey farm that I think I mentioned a little bit earlier, talking about turkeys with Joe. And there is a device on the turkey farm called a lung gun that I will not describe probably here on the show, but sometime we're together, I'll be glad to tell you the Lung
I
Gun
think
story.
I've actually heard this story.
I might have told you at Gen Con
This
last
might
year.
come up in a production meeting. So
Oh, I see.
if you're watching at home, the production meetings are usually very interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Lung Gun was for for a future another production meeting maybe in the future. We'll see.
More farm, more combat stories. We've taken an agrarian turn here, and what is this? We're only like hour 3, right? Hour 2, not even,
right?
2.5 hour mark. We're already talking about lung guns and
people
being eaten by pigs.
Doom barnacles, yeah, totally. All right, well, let's why don't we take a look at the tentacle next, because I love that one, and then maybe we'll take a little break and see where we're at. As I said, I think Robbie illustrated this one as well, and I don't know much about it, but I do think that it is creepy. It looks like a sturge mixed with a
whole mess of tentacles.
Yeah, mess of tentacles. Yeah. Yeah, and hopefully those tentacles paralyze or do something else awful whenever they encounter it. I don't know.
Yeah, that is nasty, and the coloration does not help.
No,
it's
like, totally, yeah.
It's one of those things. It's like everybody thinks of pink as like being this kind of like, ooh, she girly color and everything, but pink is actually kind of a really nasty color,
All right.
Right. Especially like a muted pink too.
Mm-hmm.
Like a bright pink is really cheap. Like a muted pink is just like, that looks like that should be inside you and not that should be something like you should see regularly. Like,
right.
Like, unless you're a surgeon, you shouldn't see that color pink in nature,
Yeah, totally the case. Or like some of those, going back to the Americas show, like they feature some creatures that never see the light of day, right? They're in the depths of the ocean, and they've developed so long that there's no eyeballs, and their skin has no pigment, because why would it? And they're like you said, they're a little translucent, they're a little creepy, and that's what that color of pink reminds me of. And Brad can do that really well in his coloration too. Like he can do flesh that just seems off, rough.
Yeah, terrible thing. Terrible.
Yep. Very cool. Bob says we just need to keep on telling awful job stories, but that should be the rest of the stream. Yeah. I'm not sure about that.
I don't know how that works. It's like, as long as people keep pledging, we won't tell terrible job stories. But if things start slowing down,
Yep, that's totally the case. That's funny.
I'll tell a word terrible job story. It didn't happen to me, but happened to a friend of mine. It's just like the worst thing I've ever heard. Yeah, Aaron, are you trying to end overtime? See, that's
it. Speaking of which, I think that another overtime just hit, Mike. Does that mean another monster? I don't know.
I think that means another monster, right? Or
yeah.
Yep. I mean, we're in that weird thing. So this is
right.
Yep. I don't know when this officially started. I wasn't here for the beginning of it, so my timing is a little off.
Yep. Yep. And I think we're talking about half-hour increments. Same thing. I know where things keep on going, so that's great.
So
cool. Well, why don't we if you're ready, yes, at 3:30, Chris says. So that must mean we're almost there.
We're almost there. We can last for 4 more minutes. You people are getting an overtime monster. So
yeah, sounds great.
So
all right.
This is time to start sharing this on your company, mailing list and everything like that. For those of you who are part of like the an education network, if you're on the snow day chain, just start forwarding this to everybody else.
Yep. Totally the case. Cool. All right. So what we're saying is let's chat until we get the hit that 30-minute mark, and we'll release the next overtime monster. And I know that there's a list somewhere of what that monster is. I'm not looking at it currently, but I think that
I know I have that email somewhere.
Yep, I got that email somewhere. Amen. And I think that there's a chance that it is in this thread that I'm currently scrolling through, and I'm about to see if we can't. I don't know. So, Chris is helping us out. The Doom Bloom. All right. Thank you, Chris. That's great.
The advantage of not having to be on screen talking.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. I see. Yep, now I see it. All right.
Cool. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I can barely do one thing at a time, much less try to do two. Right. Right. So we're a few minutes away from the doom bloom coming out, as long as things keep progressing, which is awesome.
Yeah.
And I think that I have to remind myself of what that guy looks like, but I think it's, as you suspect, um, plant-like in nature.
And it is. I'm sure it is not friendly. Not with
No,
bloom. No.
no. I think that is totally the case.
Unless it was one of those, like, cultured orchids. You can really get into it. That Dr. Doom was responsible for making. When he's
Oh
talking
yeah, yeah.
Fantastic Four, he's singing. I would say Latvia, but that's not wrong. But that's wrong.
Latveria?
Yeah, something like that, right?
Yeah.
And I know it's not Latvia. Latvia is a real place that, as we had a discussion, that's where Free League publishes their books.
Yeah, totally the case.
Aaron is very enthusiastic about showing it. So
yeah, I think Aaron did that.
I don't know.
Yep.
It could be 30 seconds away. I don't know.
Mhm.
We have to do this. We have to do this by oil, right?
Yeah, and I do think we have a visual on that too. And if I'm not mistaken, there's a special folder called the Overtime Monsters folder where that guy lives. So yeah, I think there's a chance we can pull him up. Aaron and Lisa did it. They worked on it together. Oh, Dr. Doombloom would be mechanical tulips. I like that idea. Knitting Daddy Greg.
The mecha arachnoid would spin webs on it and catch mechanical flies.
Right. Totally the case. Yep. That's funny. The Doombloom.
That's what Dungeon Denizens 40. It's just all mechanical versions of real monsters. Real animals, right?
Yeah, that's after we get past the all undead book, and then we can do all monster book. Yeah, totally the case.
We'll have the Mecha Godzilla, right?
Right.
Double Mecha.
Yeah.
Right,
I heard you like Mecha with your Mecha. Yeah.
It says 3:30 on my computer, so I'm assuming that we have just hit the Doom Bloom. So
Yeah, totally. And it's Elena's put it up too, so everybody can see it.
Oh, look at that thing.
Yeah, it looks like it has some kind of a stink power. Like if I'm reading that right at the top, it must give off some kind of an odor. Ooh.
I'm willing to bet that was probably inspired by the corpse flower, or whatever that thing that stinks. That it blooms, once a year and smells like rotting flesh. So right.
Yeah. Sounds awful. What an awful idea.
See, being the gardener for that's a terrible job. That's
right. Totally the case. Okay, cool. I think we're at a good point to take a little break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes, if that's cool with you.
Yep, works for me.
All right, sounds good.
Okay. Hey, everybody, we are back, and it's no more than just Matt and I, because we are joined by Will McLaughlin. How are you doing, Will?
Good.
So the first thing we always talk about is the weather. What's the weather like up in Canada? At least where you're at.
Well, we had snow 2 weeks ago in our yard, but now we're back to sunny and warm. It's 20 degrees
Nice.
out there.
Nice. 20 degrees Celsius, is that right? Oh, it's sounds like somebody might need to turn off their YouTube or
Well, that'd be me.
I think that might be.
yeah, or at least just mute it. Well, otherwise we'll get
There
a
you
kind
go.
of a loop. Awesome, thank you.
There
So
we go.
20 degrees Celsius. I don't really know what that means in
Oh,
American.
Well, 70 Fahrenheit, room temperature.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad.
T-shirts today, and
Nice. Yeah. Meanwhile, I have 3 layers on over here, so we have a different situation.
I think the fast way is you double it's because you double Celsius and add 30 to it, and that gets you roughly around Fahrenheit. And I think it's the other way around. If you subtract 30 from Fahrenheit and cut it in half, that gets you roughly to Celsius.
Wow. All right. I will
some
try to
colder
remember that.
temperatures. It starts to tighten up when you get to 0 Celsius. I think it's like 20 Fahrenheit, and then at a certain point they're the same when you go to cold enough.
Right.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
at that
Which we
point, if
get.
you're trying to do math, you're probably screwed anyway. It's like
That's great.
one way or the other. It's like, you're either a frozen block or on fire.
So you mentioned a minute ago that you were working with the chickens. How many chickens do you have?
We're allowed 5 in the city limits. So
I like the way you phrase that. It's like,
See.
how many chickens do you have? We're allowed 5.
That's great. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Why do they have a limit? Just so you can't have 100?
I probably because of the noise or maybe the smell, because we're in suburbia.
Okay.
Although we're right on the edge of the mountain here,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
it's bears and coyotes right behind the fence, and they come in sometimes. But
Is that right? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, Joe was telling a story earlier about how he inherited some chickens as a young boy and immediately made a chicken pit, which is a thing I've never heard of, but they decided that was what they're going to house the chickens in. So they built a 3 feet deep pit, him and his friends, and put the chickens in it. So that way the chickens couldn't escape. And his mom came home and did not enjoy the pit that they dug in her backyard. But I do think Chris made the good point that probably the foxes did enjoy that pit, because I think that allows easy access to a chicken, if I'm not mistaken.
maybe if you're in the desert or something like that, it might be cooler or something for them. Like maybe it's a thing.
Yeah.
But he grew up in the South, didn't he?
Either that or that's how your cockfight franchise begins. It's just like, it's like I really think it's like we put the chickens in a pit and then we threw a Gila monster in there and have them fight it out.
Right.
Well, yeah. Speaking of chickens, I had lots of reference for this thing.
Ah, nice.
Chicken.
That's a good one to start with. Is that the walking eye? Does that sound right? Nice.
Yes.
That's an early look. It's an early look at the book where we give things no legs. That's it. I mean, early discussion about giving monsters legs that don't have them, and that we had extra legs, so we just gave.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. And it's interesting to see how big your originals are too, Will, because that feels nice and big. And the colors are great. I really dig that one.
Some I keep to the 4 inches, and other ones they just expand. And always, so I'm working on larger and larger sheets because when I sell the originals, people like to have room to mat them and stuff, right?
Totally makes sense. Yeah.
But this was a fun run. It reminded me of Baba Yaga's hut. Well, the chicken on leg but the opposite. Instead of one leg, it's got both legs.
Yeah, that's really cool. Nice.
This is where Baba Yaga gets her legs,
Right.
Yeah.
That's true. Nice. So, and that's a good side point. So your originals are for sale as well, right? You sell those routinely?
I do. Yeah.
Nice.
And the covers, yeah. So
nice.
Do
you do mostly through people reach out to you online, or I know you do some cons too up in Canada?
I do, but people buy a lot of prints at the local cons. I don't think the economy is not as robust as it has been in the past. So original art is one of the last things on their budget. But I think if you had an art show or people were going there specifically to buy art, they would. There's like 3 artists who attend the local convention here called CamCon, but it's
nice.
So mostly online. I have an online store, outlandarts.com. If you go, there's one of the 4 tabs there, and most of it is good in the games, fantasy art. That
Nice. Yeah. Very cool. Well, let's show off another piece. And one of the ones I like, and Chris will be upset he's not here, but that kelp dryad, the algaead.
yeah.
I don't know how to say it right, but
Wendy Finney brings in a good point about the walking eye. So many drumsticks, perfect for giant families with kids.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
It's like getting the Colonel's bucket in one,
Yeah, totally the case. Yep. Yeah, and I love that one. I love this. Oh, there you go. You got the original there too.
I love this. The idea of this. Why wouldn't they? Why hasn't this been done before? Like with stuff like.
Yeah.
In our yard, it'd be dandelion iads.
Yeah, and I love the little elements you had too. The fish and little starfish and like just tiny little details that just make it even more special. Very cool.
Yeah, we have a bathroom upstairs. It's sort of a sea theme. Every time you go to Vancouver to the coast, you get little starfish and shells and little jars of sand and the nautical things. So this would fit right in there,
right?
If my wife will let me.
That's awesome. Yeah, right. Hey, speaking of some personal projects, personal projects, Mutant Epic is getting a little love on the chat. Troy Tucker says that he loves your game, Mutant Epoch. So
thank you. Yes.
Yeah, very cool.
I got ideas from all the Goodman stuff. It feeds to that, and all the Mutant Epoch stuff feeds to that.
There you go. Perfect. Very cool.
You have a partition in your brain, it's just
right.
Now, I usually I've got sketchbooks side by side, and sometimes I can do a gray wash. I'll save all the stuff that's from both books, and sometimes I'll even scan all of it all mixed in together and sort of got 2 folders on my desktop, and that's it.
There you go. That's cool. Very cool. Well, let's see. Do we have? I was curious to see if the other. Oh, maybe we'll stick with the aquatic theme, right? How about the Belia? That could be a good one to feature next.
That's got a creepy description, eh? The thing lives at the bottom of a well.
Okay.
And just, and you'll notice there's a bucket here. Where is it?
Oh yeah.
It's gotten this little hand tongue thing. Grab some poor villager.
Right. So that gives it some scale too, is that bucket. If that's a normal size bucket, that's a big fish. Damn.
Like one of the big groupers.
Yeah. Wow.
So I assume it's freshwater if it lives in the ponds.
Right. Yep. So is that the deal? It flits to the surface and then that tongue comes out when you're trying to get a bucket of water?
I think it goes like 15 feet or something.
Okay. Wow.
Looks like a hand coming up. Wanting help.
Help me, I'm drowning. I'll save you. And next thing you know, that's it. That's why you never trust Lassie. What? Timmy fell in the well. Lassie gets the leftovers. That's it.
Right. Yeah. Oh well, he's a goner.
Oh well. That's but
yeah, there you go. That's funny. I dig that one. Well, I love the coloration of that one too. Neat. And that one could be appropriate in Mutant Epoch or maybe MCC, right? I feel like that monster works everywhere.
That's the good thing about monsters.
Yeah.
they really transcend genres,
Right. Totally the case. That's cool. And that's a nice big one too. Yeah, that I appreciate how big Aaron says he caught one of those last year. How about that?
Was it good eating? Or good eating?
Right. Who ate whom? Yeah, that's the question. Yeah. Do you fish much up north where you are?
I used to. I used to. Yeah.
Nice.
Just rainbow trout here.
Okay.
We got a freezer full of them, and I'm about the only one who eats them, so they sort of stay in the freezer too long.
Gotcha. Cool.
I feed them to the chickens.
Nice. That makes sense.
They love that.
I think Mike has told us enough stories that he probably stays away from seafood. I don't know, after some of those jobs you described, Mike.
I mean, I grew up on an island, so you know, kind of been around it the entire time.
Totally.
I've gone crabbing, I've gone fishing and stuff like that, but I've never really the seafood gene kind of skipped me a little bit.
Yep.
When I was over in the UK, we had to do fish and chips, so we did do that, but it's not something I go to. So.
Right. That's I'm not very adventurous when it comes to seafood. I will do fish and chips. I like some. I don't like anything thing that's too fishy.
Like
Right?
sardines.
Right. Yeah, that's too
Oh,
far, right?
I've been trying to eat a tin of sardines a day.
Or is that right?
So good, full of omega-3s, and they're like the best thing. And they're vegetarian fish. They don't have omega-3 in them because they're so short-lived.
Wow.
You can get them with like jalapenos or tomato sauce or mustard sauce, all these different fancy things.
Well, if they're that good for you, maybe I should give it a try. I don't know. I'm not sure.
You can try kippered herring or something to start with.
I've heard of those. I've never had that. Yeah.
Oh, they're great.
These feel like fish that you could eat at home, but maybe you wouldn't want to eat in the office, right? Maybe they're a little smelly.
I go eat them in the garage.
Not even allowed to eat it in the house, let alone the
there's a lot of us in this house.
That's funny.
Keep going. Further down.
Further.
Downwind.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's awesome. All right, cool.
Next here.
Yeah. Why don't we do? I want to end with our chubby red fellow. So let's do the Surfalon. I don't know.
This was fun This was a fun thing to paint.
Yeah, tell us about this one.
Yeah.
Like when somebody holds this up as a player handout, I think they'll go, "Whoa!" People will put down their phones and what the heck is that? So
I'm glad there aren't like official bards in DCC, because you showed that up and like there's a one player like, oh really? That's a hey man, come to the dungeon often, and then
let me sing you a song. Yeah,
they appear as male or female versions. I just thought, since there was a lot of male creatures I was already doing, besides the algae ad, did the female version of this species,
right?
But
I mean, beyond the tentacles, those arms are amazing, right? Like the big thick elbow joint and the long fingers. I mean, super creepy. That's really cool.
Yeah.
I don't know what else they do. Do you remember any of the details about those, Will?
I think I did this over a year ago now.
Yeah, right.
Painting it.
Yeah.
I don't remember all of them. So many of them have so many neat abilities. At least each one has sort of a themed ability that so you can balance out an adventure, I guess.
Yep. Yeah,
not
totally
just
the case.
I know this has lots of tricks up its sleeves, if it wore any.
That sounds cool. If I'm gonna scroll and see if I can't find the listing for this guy. I think it's as long as Dropbox plays along, it's something I can pull up and I'll be able to tell a little bit more about what the heck this thing does. First of all, we got to put our monsters in alphabetical order, which they currently are not. And but it definitely looks like this one's not aquatic. Looks like it's on grass, so it must be in out of the water, which is a sad news for Chris, but probably also bad news for adventurers. And SZ. Scrolling. This is the vanguard. From the waist up, they're humanoid. Lower bodies are 7 thick, writhing snake tails, which they use to slither around and also grapple opponents. Eyes are solid black. Muscular protrusions in their head. Wow. All right. And there actually is going to be 1 or 2 of these in the book, because there's also a seer of this same type, which maybe that is the one that is going to be depicted as more male. I don't know. But anyway, yeah. Oof. Scary stuff.
Snakes in the grass.
Yeah. Snakes in the grass. Yeah, exactly. Fleshy looking snakes in the grass. That is uncool. All right. Well, so that means we have to finish off with the bulbous imp, right?
It's one of the favorite ones I painted. And it came pretty close to the edge on the side for matting, but I had to pull it off. This guy's like the size of a tomato. You could reach for it and squish it and probably bite your hand.
Yeah, that's great. Can you imagine a batch of these flying around you and you're trying to avoid them?
I think they roll to move.
Is that right?
Tumble along like
too big to fly, even maybe.
They're certainly not aerodynamic. Not with that look.
Even at the size of a tomato, if that thing bit onto you, that'd be like leave a mark.
Yeah, and it says here about a high-pitched voice that grates your nerves. And at first you thought it was a large tomato, but it turns out to be a round devil with tiny arms, wings, and legs. That's great. Very cool. Oh, it implies here that some believe that they're key to learning powerful magic. Interesting.
Look at him. I mean, if I had to study magic, I would definitely go to this guy, right?
Yeah, right. Yep, and they're known for their annoying babble, and you're absolutely right. They have vestigial wings and arms, but they roll around. So yeah, they're not flying around your head, they're rolling around your feet.
I'm going to say this, and I mean this in the highest praise possible, is that it kind of looks like something that you would get out of a gumball machine to put a quarter in. I mean, like
totally the case.
Like little finger, like Errol has like a fish tank full of things that look exactly like this.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, this would be something Errol pulls out an adventure, right? Because he found one at the local fun house, like one of those machines you drop down the big hand, right? And pull it out. Yep, totally the case.
Skill crane.
Yeah. Skillless
no
crane.
skill involved whatsoever.
Right. Yeah.
Skillless, don't use the damn thing. That's
funny. Yeah, Wendy says time to make the ketchup. I think that's totally the case. They're rolling around your feet. That's what you'd be doing, is stomping along.
Yeah, imagine they pop when you step on them.
Yeah. So is it and you work mostly in acrylics, right? Well, I feel like those
These ones,
opaque colors have to be mostly acrylic.
Yeah, what is it? The seaweed woman, that was a mix of acrylics and watercolor.
Okay.
I think we're talking about those on the last show. I've been using rubbing alcohol on a paintbrush to blend two thick pencil crayons together. Like you have to buy more expensive pencil crayons usually to do that, but it works amazing. Like it just turns into watercolor, or like gouache, and then you can go over the acrylics. It just blends all. It's just incredible. You got to use thick paper too. But
okay.
I would love to do oils, but we're 6 months of winter here, so I can't open the windows if they will open at all. There's ice on the inside, so I don't want to get addicted to the medium and then have to embrace the fumes for 6 months.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, just you have to eat more of that fish, and then use the oil paint the fish. They'll come out. They'll can't paint around, right?
I can go paint in the garage.
And how long would oil paint take to dry in the garage in the midst of the Canadian winter, right? It's
yeah, totally. And it occurred to me because the strong red colors that you use in that bulbous imp. I mean, I feel like it's got to be. I know there's a lot of layers there, but it's got to be. I don't know. I feel like you do interesting things with red. Like I know in particular you've used red paper in the past, like for some of the Caverns of Thracia stuff that you did.
Yeah.
And I feel like that guy stands out to me partially because of the color, right? Because of the strong coloration. I love the light blues that kind of highlight the reds. Anyway, I think it was a really cool look for sure.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah, it's my go-to color. It's usually the first thing on the palette. And
is that right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That cover you're talking about, those are the inner pages, I think, for the Caverns of Thracia. Just looking for where that is.
Yeah,
that was working on a red matte board, acid-free matte board for that one. I love that because that board had a tooth as well, and that was another one, pencil.
Yep. I can visualize that tooth kind of coming through in the scans you sent over. Gives it a really cool look for sure.
Yeah.
And I do love, when you said, I couldn't even have guessed when you said you were going to use red paper for that. I was like, okay, I think that sounds cool. Yeah. But especially those like underground scenes where like there's the light sources inside in the piece itself, kind of using that to illuminate this hellish red glow.
I'm just going to grab it. Wow.
Yeah, totally.
Totally. I can find it. Oh, you have to see me walk across the studio here.
Oh, that's okay. That's part of the deal is at Goodman Games, we have real live artists that have real live studios and use real live paint. Oh wow, yeah. So, I'm not sure I've seen the original.
Yeah, it's on a matte board. This is probably the terriblest light for this. If I can see if I can get it.
I'm upside down too.
I'm upside down. Not just a mirror image. But wait a minute, I don't recognize anything. So the beauty of working with a colored ground. I mean, you can achieve this by doing colored gesso or just painting the board first, but it has a unifying effect for the whole piece. That red sort of shows through even consciously, even when you're trying to get rid of it, especially if there's tooth on the board.
Yeah.
But I particularly like these skeletons. I've always right here.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
see if I can do this. It's
Yeah.
like drawing with a bar of soap.
Right.
The first time I started to do digital art, I was like, oh my god. But this is it's all colored pencil and a little bit of acrylic on this one.
That's amazing. I love the effect of her spell, the spell she's casting too. Like I think that was, you really did something cool with that. You know, spells glow, obviously, but I think that's a really neat effect that she's got going on. And kind
like
of
just trying to
illuminates.
silhouette, say the hands.
Making sparks. That's it.
Yeah. Yep. Kind of like the mantis shrimp that Aaron was talking about, making sparks.
Yeah, so there's nothing here because that's the spine. The gutter of the book would be through the middle of this thing.
Yep, totally the case. Yeah, I think this ended up being an end sheet, and then I think we found a double duty for this one because it was so cool. Yeah,
which is neat to see.
Really neat. All right, and I think we're just a few minutes away from another overtime monster, which is awesome.
I think we are too. Yeah, at 4 o'clock, so 6 more minutes, and then we will hit another one.
Nice. So do you have a couple more Dungeon Denizens monsters on your table, Will? You have a few more to do yet, right?
Is that spoilers that they get showed? They're just pencils. They probably won't show up there. We got this weird dragon thing.
Ah, nice.
All right to show these, or this is top secret still?
No, I don't think it's secret. I mean, this will be stuff fans haven't seen. I think that seeing these ahead of time and then seeing the final piece in the book is going to be awesome.
You can see I had what was on my brush at the time. I sometimes use it off my brush. I have them all up on the board ahead above my drawing table. There's another
cool.
piece. I just got the paint done on this, the tongues and stuff.
Yeah.
All the monsters of that day have lipstick. You know, it's like
right.
What is that?
I had red on my palette.
It's like a giant lamprey or a leech or something. I don't know if you can see these at all. It's a weird flower thing with tons of bones around the base of it.
Neat. Yeah, that's cool. Very cool.
And this is another golem. I was watching the show earlier.
Yeah.
I was watching for hours and I'll just skip out and go do the chickens for a bit and I come back and I see emails from you. Wondering,
yeah.
You good? Yeah, I've been watching all day.
That's cool. That's got Edward Scissorhands vibe there with
the sword golem.
Nice.
And then
Very
this
cool.
is another plant thing.
Oh wow.
I don't know if you can see that at all.
Yeah, I can totally see it. And that one feels especially appropriate. It feels like it could be an MCC creature as well, right? Yeah.
I'm gonna call this out really quickly. At 4 o'clock Eastern time, so in 4 minutes we're gonna hit another overtime monster. But there's 3 monsters left on the 3 minutes left on the countdown clock. So right now, it's all up to you, people watching, whether you're gonna get another monster or not. So.
Yeah, amen. Yeah.
Only you can add more monsters at this point.
It's got to keep us alive. Amen.
There's another octopus, land octopus for this book.
Oh yeah.
There's a much smaller one, lives up in trees.
Wow, that's creepy.
I know.
Imagine that thing dropping on you as you're traveling through the woods. Wow.
And there we are.
Droptopus, right?
Droptopus.
Now, I got the cover for the DCC reprint here too, if you want to.
Yep. Yeah. The wraparound cover. Yeah.
Some people probably didn't see the last show.
Yeah, totally the case. Yeah, that's great. That's
I almost didn't have this in the studio. Somebody was very seriously.
Oh, no kidding, Will.
Oh,
wow.
There's that red again.
Yeah.
Cadmium red hue. I don't use real cadmium because it's cancerous, but I use that hue. And then
wow.
There's the sorceress with her hands up again, I believe, on this one.
Yeah, right. Yep.
That's
cool.
I was trying some neat different things on this, like this wizard's cloak in the bottom corner here. I was trying to get the light to the light to shine through his cloak. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Worked or not.
That's cool.
So big I can't see.
Right. It's hard to get it all on at one time. Yeah. But scrolling around is working just fine.
Butting up against my scanner on this side.
Wow.
It's a big one.
Yeah, I would think, right? You need a big scanner for a piece of art like that.
This one was on masonite, so it was gessoed with Just white Jess on this one.
Very cool.
Oh, 60 seconds left. That's
Yep.
it. Are we going to hit another overtime monster or not?
Fine question.
Funny to fall short so close to the goal, right? So remember, funny to fall short.
Yeah, we're getting close. And the only way we're going to get to that stretch goal is if we hit it.
I think we're not going to get that final overtime monster.
I don't know.
Unless somebody's frantically getting ready to add a,
Oh, wait, 10 minutes.
Somebody just there we go. Yeah.
All right. Nice. All right. Cool. All right.
Here's one that I saw.
Thank you, whoever did that. You get one more.
Yeah. Amen.
Yep.
Now this one was in the promotional material, so I think it's fair to show.
Mm-hmm.
So this one's on the illustration board.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, and this is the cover for the Dungeon Delves.
2-page Dungeon Delves 2.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. Words are hard. Yeah.
You've been at this for a while.
All right, that's funny. Yeah, I love that one.
I have to leave the words, up to the professional here.
There you go. Perfect.
The only thing I can contribute to this conversation.
That's funny. And I feel like all those creatures are going to be represented inside too. Wasn't that part of the deal?
I believe.
Well, inside the Dungeon Denizens too, not inside the Delves book, but regardless, I think that's great. Oh, 2 more backers to get to 2,400. That's a good call out, Chris. Nice.
Like a lot at all.
Yeah. So what monster did we unlock at
So for the overtime monster, it is the Tomb Serpent, the Viper Tomb Serpent. Is that
how about that? And we happen to have the artist of that guy right on the show. Isn't that interesting?
Oh, is it the stone?
Yeah.
Stone one?
Yeah, if I'm picturing the right one, Will, totally. And I am moved away from I'm looking at a different
there's a lot of and we're not even Elena. I don't know how many screens she's juggling.
Right. She's probably got a ton. Yeah. Right. That's funny. But yeah, I know totally that is that's one you did. So that's great. That's great. Talk about good timing. Very cool.
I have a stack.
Oh, great. Yeah. Do you remember this one, Will? The one we're talking about? I think you did a Tomb Serpent Viper and a Tomb Serpent
Constrictor.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this one might be the Constrictor. Is that true? Oh, okay, cool.
That's okay.
Well, yeah, no worries. So the Vipers.
Imagine this one with bigger teeth.
Right. Less constrictory and more vipey. Yeah, exactly.
I don't have that one handy.
Okay, no worries. Yeah,
I mean,
we have it up on screen anyway, so no worries. Oh, wow. Wow.
2 of these were from the previous book, but
Yep. Yeah. Very cool.
Yep. We have it now. Yep.
Yeah. It's kind of metallic, and it is it's not the one that coiled up in a vertical way, but it's kind of sprawled out on some flagstones and kind of has a rusty greenish kind of tint to it, with the red eyes, red tongue. It's great.
Okay.
Yeah, if you the fans can see it now, and then if anybody checks out the YouTube video later, they'll see it appropriately. So that's great.
The Constrictor reminded me of Cubert. You remember like the coil snake that came down?
Yeah, totally.
Curled up like a spring. Oh yeah.
One of the 2 games at the arcade that I was awful at, but looked really cool. That one and Joust. Joust I was awful at, but I loved to watch people who are good at it play it because that looked really cool.
I had Joust on the Apple IIe.
Wow, nice.
That's that and Moon Patrol.
That's cool. Wow, Moon Patrol. Yeah. And I think this is a spoiler that will matter to almost no one, but I was thinking about you the other day, Mike, as I frequently do. But in this case, I was reading through a zine. I was reading through Crawljammer number 6.
Okay.
And
I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, you do. Maybe that's all I need to say. Talk about Easter eggs, or at least Easter eggs and adventures that will be run at Dungeon Con. There's a chance that there's going to be a correlation there. How about that? Maybe that's all I'll say. But you inspired me to you know what we need? One of these, maybe more than one. Yeah.
Knitting Dad Greg had joust on the Apple II Plus. That's it. Yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah, nice.
What is it, the Apple IIe that I had was that electric green, like the monitor was not color. It was that green,
Yeah.
that like binary green color and everything. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a lot of fun. I had the Conan game too, which was
Wow, I didn't even know there was one.
There
Oh
was.
wow.
It's not like Conan. Like Conan literally throws his sword at people. You know, it's like it's like it's like so yeah. That and the 84 Olympics I had. That's it's the age like 83. So
Oh wow. Wow. Yeah, my first Apple was much more recent. It was work related. It had a couple computers, a couple consoles back in the day, right? Atari 2600, and then I felt like my friends were the ones who. I had a friend who had a television, and I had a friend who had there was another higher end one, right? The
Coleco, was it the Coleco?
maybe, yeah, yeah. And we hung tight with our 2600 for quite a while. That was as good as it got.
I caused a fire with my Atari 2600.
No kidding. Oh my goodness, because you played it so hard.
No, what happened was there was issues with the the plug, you like me being like 8.
Yeah.
So what I did is I had done like splice stuff together with my dad and everything.
Wow.
So it was like the plug had burned out or something. So rather than try to convince my parents to go and get a new Atari 2600 plug, I just figured what I'd do is I would snip the plug, and then I would just take the plug from my tape recorder and like wire them together and everything. So
Perfect.
it wasn't the adapter. So so there's the reason that big thick part is there is it just kind of like to turn the voltage down a little bit. So it was going straight from the pump basically. So
wow.
there was a snap, and like where the electrical tape was, flame shot out of it and everything. Yeah, so that's
Oh my gosh. Was that right on? Like once you plugged it in, it went.
oh yeah,
like,
pretty much almost yeah.
wow.
It was on my bed too, so luckily
Oh
it
no.
got a lot worse, but it was done up.
Oh man. That's funny. I guess I'll say the other game that I was awful at when it came to the arcade was uh I'm saying the wrong one now. It was the Don Bluth animated game, Dragon something. It looked like a cartoon, right? It didn't look like a typical video game. And you were that night, you kind of trumped on screen and lasted about 10 seconds because you had to swing at exactly the right moment, or else Dragon's Age? What the heck was that thing? Dragon Slayer.
Dragon Slayer and Space Ace.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Knitting Daddy Greg got it too. Yeah. And later on, I think we got I think you can get it for your iPhone or whatever. So that was the only way that I could actually see it the whole way through, because I didn't have to keep putting quarters in to be able to see the beginning, middle, and the end. So anyway, that game was beautiful and awesome, but I could never afford to be any good at it. Cool. Oh, it sounds like Will, we're gonna let you go. I think we need to take a little break, and we appreciate you coming on. We appreciate your awesome artwork, and thank you for the sketches you showed. We're looking forward to those becoming real as well.
Thank you. Well,
you got it.
Thank you. Good luck, and thanks for having me on.
Yeah, our pleasure.
All right. Are we live? Am I alive? I can't tell. What's going on?
Another shoestring production here.
Is this on? Is this on? All right. We are live. Hey, Mike. How's it going?
Doing good. I'm just trying to find where my browser went that has the actual page on it. But I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, I cranked up my computer a little bit, and now it's running faster. So,
Right. Well, there we go.
If you're watching us out there in internet land, we I don't know if Zoom is down around the world or if it's just us, but our Zoom link kind of died on us, and we were figuring ourselves out, and now we're figured out. So, Mike, what did I miss?
What did you miss? Well, we had a bunch of artists on, and we talked about we did some awesome overviews of art, and we talked about our worst jobs, and we talked about the creative process, and we planned out to Dungeon Denizens 40 at this point. So it was very productive.
That's great. Is 40 the one that has fish with feet, or was that 39?
No, that was the feet, and then after we ran out of feet, we're going to start giving wings to things that don't have wings. So that was yeah, and then eventually somehow I don't know where the nonsense went on this point. But, well, I'll watch the recording after this is all over, and then we'll be reminded of everything we said we were going to do. Like,
good plan. Did we give out a bunch of stretch goal monsters? Do I need to go draw something real quick to illustrate it?
We did give out. We had the Tomb Serpent, the Viper Tomb Serpent. That was the last one we hit at 4:00. So so theoretically, we've got another one coming up in a little while. So, yep. But it was a tight down there. We had 3 minutes left of overtime and 4 minutes left until the 4:00 mark. But some kind soul came along and they got an extra overtime monster, so it worked out well.
No, OT mode is actually like my favorite part of crowdfunding now because it's such a I don't know, such a unknown, such a wild card. It's just it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is pretty awesome. That's it. I think one of the reasons like we switched over to doing a lot of things through BackerKit is BackerKit has been very open to any sort of weird idea that comes down the track, So yeah, can't go wrong with that kind of support, right?
Yep. And I'm seeing Elena chat at me on the side. Zoom went down for the whole world. It wasn't just us, so that makes me feel better. So yeah, we were ahead of the curve, Mike. Zoom crashed for us before everybody else.
Crashed it. That's it. Because so many people want overtime monsters. We crashed it. That's what it is. Yeah.
We should take credit for it. Totally. We should like tag the Zoom HQ. Goodman did this.
We call Steve Duden. What's going on there?
Yeah. All right, cool. So all right, so what else is going on? Yeah, I had a great lunch. I had these like Indian I'll tell you all about my lunch, Mike, now that you asked. I get these hold on. I'll show you the choices.
Was it fish out the garage? Because that's what we were talking with Will about.
Oh, did you ask him about the silver ingots? I missed it.
We asked the fish discussion came up, and it was apparently so stinky that he can't eat in the house. He has to eat out in the garage. So I don't know if that was we're having. It's been kind of chaotic. So, especially since I was
funny. All right. Well, this is the brand Tasty Bite. Yummy. And this other one, Maya Kamal. I might be saying that wrong. I love Indian food, and basically you can make some rice at home and heat it up with this stuff, and it's like it's an affordable Indian meal for lunch. Plus, I had a leftover hamburger that I cooked the other night. That's the lunch report. How was your lunch, Mike?
Very nice chicken sandwich. So while I was busy filling in comp sheets.
Okay. Got to make sure the authors and artists get their books. That's always important.
Lunch, right?
Yeah.
Well, believe it or not, while all this was going on, we got extension. So we reset. We have 9 minutes left, and so all right. So thank you for everybody who's continuing to support us through all this nonsense. because we are officially out of any planets.
Yeah, we had a bunch of guests, and you guys kept us on way too long. So we're talking about our lunch. Mike, how are your cuticles? Because my cuticles have been real good lately, and I don't get to use that word very often in public. So I just thought I'd throw it out there.
I think they're fine.
Hey, what's the word for this thing again? I used to know it. The divot under your nose, but there's a word for it.
I know it's a major plot point of the movie The Prophecy with Christopher Walken.
Is it really? I didn't know that.
He plays the angel Gabriel, and in the movie he explains that the reason you get that is because when you're born, the angel Gabriel goes, shh, he tells you a secret and says shh, and he puts his finger on you, and that's where you get that divot there from.
How about that? Well, according to the internet, it's called a philtrum. I just learned.
Okay. You're giving us the finger.
You're giving us the finger? No. Just the angel finger. We call that. Yeah. The first couple monsters we unlocked. That's a great call. Elena, let me dig up the link to that, and you can. Or do you have it, Elena, or should I provide it? Got it. So let me read them off, and that's a great call to show them. All right, so the first one that we unlocked was the flayed skin.
I remember him.
Yeah, it was the flayed skin, then the Alchemist, then the Dark Watchers, the Doom Bloom, and I think you did the Viper Tomb Serpent. Is that right?
Shut off both versions, actually. So, yeah, and we showed off the Doom Bloom. So the three before the Doom Bloom, I think, are the ones that we have not shown. So I don't think.
But you okay. Okay, let's show the flayed skin. So everybody, this is a freaking creepy monster.
Launch now.
Yeah.
Boy.
This was the first OT monster we unlocked. Yeah, I like the comment. Whoa. Yeah, that's about right. And then there was the, oh, my windows got rearranged. Then there was the Alchemist.
The Alchemist with the most.
I know. He's way more accomplished than his cousin, the Alchemist. Or Alchemist, something like that.
Yes, that was the one that was, I think Matt commented we used all the crayons in the crayon box we used for that one. That was so.
Yes.
And then I think we did show the Doom Bloom. I think I recall looking at that one and discussing that one. So.
Next after Alchemist, I think was Dark Watchers, right? Should we show that one? All right. All right. That's the Dark Watchers. And then it was the Doom Bloom. And Mike, you said you showed that one, right?
Yes, I did. We just saw the big stink flower. It had stink lines going off of it and everything. So yeah, so you knew it was a stinky flower. Movies Metroid, that's like from the Abyss. Do you mean the movie or the place?
And then wait, so we cleared up through we really got to start taking notes here so we remember this stuff. So Mike, which ones did you guys give out? Let's demonstrate good corporate communication skills.
The last one was the Viper.
Tomb Viper. Got it. Okay. I will mark that one unlocked. You know what? I think we should go ahead and give out the next one just because it's the most awesome name ever. Sorry, the awesome art. Actually, the name I don't like at all. We'll workshop the name. But the art was incredible for the Benicia. Am I saying that right?
Sure. And, I look for words, so it's all, textual. So, it's one of those words that you mispronounce for your entire life because you've only read it. And then, you actually come across somebody who's actually smarter than you, or at least has paid attention to the pronunciation guide in the dictionary. So yeah, so unfortunately, this one I don't believe is in the dictionary, so we're just having to go by it.
So you're more of a written word guy, not a spoken word guy. Maybe we should maybe we should start talking more.
Read a lot in case you don't know that. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Elena, can you download the art for the Benicia and Mike? I guess it's up to us how you say it, right? Benicia. Benicia. How do you want to do it?
We're here in Italy.
Benicia.
Yeah.
And you gotta do this. Benicia.
I mean, you shouldn't. I don't know.
Good point. Maybe I just offended somebody. I don't actually know. Yeah, I know. The art's really cool. You know what? Actually, if once we show the art, maybe we should have ask backers for a better name because I really don't like the name. And it's freaking awesome art.
It's too late. We already ended it. We can't go back and change it.
So okay, so you guys can see the art. It's like that 3D spiky. Yeah, exactly. That's just neat as hell. Yes, it's awesome art. So we need if any of you guys out there in the chat can give us a better name for this sucker based strictly on the art, we're all ears.
We call it Death Star because it's like, does that work?
Maybe the Doom Star or the cardiac arrest star.
Half and half star. That's what it is. It's
half and half star. Yeah.
Because if I remember correctly, it's like it brings good fortune and bad fortune depending on what face is smiling upon. That's why one face is really happy and brilliant. The other one is kind of shady looking and upset. So yeah. How big is it? I do not know.
Depends on how big your monitor is. Mine is precisely this size. All right, Doom Caltrip's not bad. So Death Angel Shadow. We're gonna what's that word? Oh, method acting. We're method acting, but we're method naming. You just got to go with your feelings from seeing that art and just let it flow, baby, and see what name comes to mind. We're not gonna get into all the stats. Let it flow. Duo Spur. Actually, I like that. Spur. Doom Caltrip and Duo Spur are two top contenders. Hold on, Mike, you're a word guy. You got any words?
I call it the the stall for Timus. That's it.
Yeah, we'll work on it. Elena, can you show it again in case somebody didn't see it? And they can Dark Spark. Actually, I really like that.
Good. Well, there are only two faces, and so it's the problem is that it's kind of two-dimensional, so that's a little difficult to it's difficult to play both faces on it in a two-dimensional format. You know what I'm saying? So so that's kind of why it looks like it's three dimensions. It was an artistic choice. No, so you knew.
I like Dark Spark, Duo Spur. Those are leaning in the right direction. Those are kind of cool. Yeah, 2D, huh? It's hard to show 2D.
I'm called the black and white cookie of doom.
You can't get wrong with cookie of doom. Oh, Fate Shard. That's actually pretty cool. Excuse me, Aaron. I like that. All right, so those are our three contenders. I'm going to take notes here, and we can debate internally later on. Fate Shard. Oreo, not Oreo. I think that's taken.
Right in line behind the good people at Disney.
Right, exactly.
Lawsuits.
Yeah. All right, so I think we have one more guest coming in. One of those writer types who might help us guess a name for this sucker. Should we duck out for just a second and bring in Bob Brinkman? Okay, we will.
Joe, I've got a quiz for you. I've got 3 books here. All right. So
okay.
A book called Warlords of Mars by Edward P. Bradbury. And I've got another book called The Deep Fix by James Colvin. And I've got a third book called The Fire Clown by Michael Moorcock. Now, tell me what these 3 books have in common.
They're printed on paper, but I'm guessing you're looking more for theme. Wait, Fire Clown? Seriously? How did I miss a Michael Moorcock book called Fire Clown?
Moorcock, The Deep Fix by James Colvin, and Warlords of Mars by Edward P. Bradbury. If you know this, shush.
Oh, well, because Edgar Rice Burroughs, Edgar Bradbury, like it sounds like a fake name. That's why I went at first. Is it some sort of pen name? You're right, because Moorcock also wrote under. Well, I guess those are the names. I feel like I read an article once that listed off all the names he wrote under, and it was a bunch. Fire Clown.
There are 3 Michael Moorcock novels.
Hold on, how did I never hear about Fire Clown?
Various pen names, so.
The Fire Clown.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. So I just read, I've been reading Stephen King novels lately that are like, have you seen his like true crime novels? They publish them by Titan Books under their like yellow true crime label.
Yeah, like the Colorado Kid, and I know that's like his, like he's kind of steered away from horror a little bit. He's got back into like the crime thing.
Yeah, they're really good. They all have a little bit of sort of supernatural / horror, but they're really more kind of true crime, gritty kind of stuff. But well, anyway, my point is one of them was called, it wasn't Fire Clown, but for some reason Fire Clown sounds like if Stephen King decided to like go out on a limb, it's like a little bit of Carrie and a little bit of like, I'm trying something new. But yeah, anyway. So have you read Fire Clown yet? Because it doesn't sound like a winner.
It's on my list of to do. I've actually, for various reasons, I'm going back and I'm starting at the beginning with Moorcock. So this is specifically why I sought out these ones rather than the collected ones, because it's like Moorcock's like Lucas. After they've been kicking around for a while, he's got to go back and he's got to tweak it and make a fix-up novel out of it and everything. So I wanted to go back to the start and see before so these were all from the 60s.
So he did this before all the Elric stuff, before the.
Well, this is like contemporaneous when he first started doing the Elric stuff, but kind of before the Eternal Champion thing became the thing that it became. So yeah.
Yeah. No, I read a review once of his Moorcock books, because I think it was White Wolf that published a compilation that was in. And people say it's just not as good if you read it in storyline chronological order than if you read it in publication chronological order. I remember that compilation got bad reviews because like it just doesn't work. You have to read it the order he wrote it, and then it like really works.
And this way I can watch a writer develop. I always like to go back to that. I mean, that's when we were doing Lightbar. There was the question: you can read them the way that they were reassembled later, or you can read them the way they were actually published. And I always like to go back the way that they were actually published. So
that's a good call. Okay, so speaking of Michael Moorcock, we have a man in the waiting room who actually interviewed Michael Moorcock, who is Mr. Bob Brinkman. So why don't we bring Bob in? Elena, you want to take us out and bring him back in? And we're back, and we're here with Mr. Bob Brinkman. How's it going, Bob? Welcome to the Caverns of Thracia live stream. Oh, wait.
We're now in hour 2,471.
Yes. Yeah, Bob's got like intravenous drips hooked up, and he's still going.
That's you never told me to stop, so it's really nice to see light again. This is really nice.
Now, Bob, you were you still do some accounting on the side. Was yesterday a late night for you?
Tax day. Yeah, I'm an enrolled agent.
So I heard.
Tax day. I've slept this month. I swear.
Yeah, man. Talk about deadlines. That one's a doozy.
Well, it keeps me busy, right? That and other projects keep me busy. Mike could tell you it keeps me busy. Yeah, there's plenty from good to keep me busy outside of tax season, so no complaints.
This is why I'm good. Because I mean, April 15th come out, it'd be like 2 more weeks. That's it.
So what crowdfunder have I just joined into? What conversation are we having here? This is Dungeon Denizens 2, right?
I forgot to tell you, Bob, we got the Greyhawk license. So you're in the Greyhawk live stream.
Wow. Oh, cool.
No, just kidding. Joking. Totally joking. Yeah, no, Dungeon Denizens 2. As I recall, you wrote a couple, maybe more than a couple monsters.
I did write some monsters for it. I had to look. It's been so long, actually. I used to tease Mike because I'd ask him questions about adventures he'd written and be like, that was so long ago, I don't remember. But it just came out. I get it now. I understand now. I wrote the Adarna Bird, the Celestial Knight. I think that was like choking Phantom Fog, Chokeweed, Swamp Heap, and Walking Trees, which are akin to the walking sticks, right? The insects.
Okay.
Those were what I wrote for this because I've been busy, but I definitely was on board for Dungeon Denizens 2.
Which of those was your favorite? Do you happen to have one that got a kick out of?
Yeah, the Phantom Fog is my favorite. It's a gaseous undead that literally drains blood. So it's that graveyard mist you see in like all the old Ed Wood movies, right? And all the old Universal films. Except it's sentient, it's undead, and it drains blood, and so it gradually pinkens and then reddens as it's pulling blood from its victims. I had a lot of fun with that one. I had probably more fun than I should have been allowed to have with that one, but that was a lot of fun. And I thought the walking tree as a giant tree size insect was a lot of fun to write, just because when I was a kid I wanted to be an entomologist, and so I drew upon my one experience with a walking stick, which was a surprise and freaked the daylights out of me, and I decided to draw upon that particular childhood trauma and gift it to the gaming community at large.
So I think you need to tell us the story. Did you encounter a walking stick like on a family picnic or something? Or
no? So my family used to have a boat up on on Fox Lake, on the chain of lakes, just a little bit south of Lake Geneva, on the Illinois side. And at the marina, there was large portions, across the street across the road. I can't really call it a street, from the docks that was just all overgrown. And it'd be one of those things, I'm a Gen Xer, right? So it was okay. Well, we're packing up the boat, so just go play in the underbrush somewhere. And so I was walking around, and I was catching carpenter bees and things of that nature. And I walked out of a bush, and there was a large stick stuck to my leg, and then it started moving. And before I realized what it was, I'd scraped it off and let back. And then I realized what it was, and I was fascinated, and I went back to find it, and it had decided to nope the hell away from the giant thing that had just thrown it into the bushes. And that was my one experience. Terrified the crap out of me for a moment, and then disappointed me for the rest of the afternoon. As that's just how things work, right?
I've seen a couple over the years in the wild, and it's crazy because you just literally cannot see them until they somehow land on a window or a door, and they're not against nature anymore. Then they're immediately obvious. But the moment they walk into a bush, it's the camouflage is outstanding.
It was the wildest thing. I mean, I'd seen them in field guides and things of that nature, but until you actually see one, it's really wild. It's sort of like your first encounter with a black widow. You'll never forget it. Ever.
Yes.
Ever. But I didn't do giant black widows for Dungeon Denizens too. So there's that. Right?
Terrifying, then disappointing. Basically, that sounds like if you asked any one of my exes to describe their relationship with me.
Let's delve into this, Mike. Now that we're 4 or 5 hours into this live stream.
Yeah, I hop on and the chat gets spicy all of a sudden. I don't know.
It's better than Banana Slug. I'll just say that. We learned something new about Jim Sketch. Yeah, wow. All right. So what other giant insects have you guys seen in the wild? I have a friend who grew up in Arizona and was telling me once that actually, Bob, you guys lived in Vegas for a long time. He lived somewhere around there, and they had, scorpions. Like, it was just a thing, the way other people have ants or whatever. And there was some, reasonably small scorpion that, they occasionally show up in their whatever on their doorstep or whatever. But one got into his room, and he had some sort of light, maybe it was it must have been a night light, and it crawled into the night light. So of course it's like the bat signal, it suddenly.
Oh my God.
So the guy's has an incredible phobia of scorpions, because when he was quite young, 4 or 5 years old, he woke up in the middle of the night. There was this 6 foot long scorpion silhouette on his wall. And it was like a blood curdling scream, and the parents came running in, and it was a tiny scorpion that crawled into the nightlight. But I can see that being completely terrifying.
So I remember I was doing the Texas Renaissance Fair down in Plantersville, Texas. And I maintain when God made hell, everything that didn't fit, he put into Texas, because everything in Texas bites, stings, is poisonous, scratches. And I was living in Tent City, and I was heading over to my tent, and there was a kid, and he had one of those little bug magnifier boxes, right? And I was like, "What you got there?" And I looked through the magnifier lens, and there's this just mammoth ant with this red furry patch on its back.
I've seen those before.
I pulled it back and I looked at it like, no, this is really this big. It was like that big. I was like, what is this? He goes, well, we call them cow killers.
Oh my God.
I'm like, why? He goes, because when they bite, they feel like they could kill a cow. I'd never seen an ant this large, and it turns out I still haven't. Cow killers are wingless ground wasps.
Oh God.
Yes, that is exactly what I thought. And I'm like, where did you find this? As I look at my tent staked out on the ground, which was quite rapidly put up onto wooden pallets after that to prevent cow killers from coming after me in the night.
Yeah, that reminds me of when I was a kid, and my cousin Chris, and we were in Florida. Chris is maybe 6 or 7 years older than me, and we found, it must have been one of those. I remember being a giant furry ant with reddish spots, and he decided to start stacking quarters on it to see how much weight it could carry. I just remember I must have been 5 or 6 or 7, and he stacked several dollars worth of quarters on this thing, and I just kept chugging along on the ground before they finally fell off.
Yeah,
they're pretty scary.
They're tough. Yeah, no, not something you want to find. Just not something you want to find at all.
Jason Edwards says velvet ant. So maybe that's another name for it, or that's that's a Lou Reed adamant power band or something.
Yeah, they have several names, but they're not actually ants. So yeah, so there was that, and then of course that's when I also that was the same month that I discovered that fire ants are attracted to the smell of fabric softener and can chew through the bottom of a tent. So yeah, Texas, great time. Killer bees, cow killers, fire ants.
It's it's one of those bugs that it's really close to the family, so you just call it an ant. I mean, it's not technically related by blood.
I have a book called Dangerous Australians. I'm sure you know Australia as a continent has the most poisonous things than any other continent.
Oh yeah.
And I got this book like 20 something years ago. My brother was there for like an exchange program in college, and I went to visit him. And there's this one page that talks about, was it man-o-war jellyfish, the deadly jellyfish? And the guy
That's
who wrote
one of
this,
many they have. Yeah.
Okay, whichever one it is, the guy who wrote this wanted to settle once and for all what was better to put on a jellyfish sting, either beer or urine. So, so as one does, he had his wife catch 2 jellyfish, and then he held his arms out like this. And I'll dig up this book and I'll show you guys the page. There's a picture of him with his arms out like this, and his wife is wearing like big rubber gloves and is holding like a jellyfish over each arm. Then she like drops the jellyfish, and they describe the whole experiment. He leaves it on for 1 minute, like with a stopwatch, go. And then chucks him off, and then she poured beer on one and urine on the other. And actually, honestly, I can't remember which one was better because I was really focused on the insanity of it all. But he settled it once and for all with a personal experiment.
From everything that I've read, just water is really the best way to go. Otherwise, you're just left with horrible memories at the end of a vacation that you can never wipe from your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get on a live stream. Things get really strange fast. I mean, it was dark earlier. I noticed that, but we're getting strange now. It's still early.
4 hours in. Just wait till we get to 8 hours, Bob.
So I've got to ask, where are we on like stretch goals and things of that nature?
Oh yeah, so we gave one away in another what time is it? 1:47. So we said once every half hour, right?
We're at 1 every half hour now, yes. So we're 13 minutes out for the next one.
So we gave out something we renamed the Vinikia, which we renamed as either the Dark Spark, the Duo Spur, or the Fate Shard. And those are the ones I wrote down. There were some good suggestions in the chat. Sorry if I missed one.
Well, then are there any pledge-based stretch goals we're hoping to hit?
We're slowly closing in on 2,500 backers, which will increase the number of backers submitted monsters by 2. So that's probably the closest in. We're still 96 backers out, but we just added a couple in the last couple of minutes. So that's a possibility depending on how things go. So if you're out there and you want to submit a monster, if you want to someday become the next Bob Brinkman or Michael Curtis, this is your chance. Look at these fine fellows. This could be you. And start with your submission of a monster to this project and help us unlock that next goal.
Okay, so we're trying to unlock monsters with more backers. I think we could do that. Come on, folks. I mean, more monsters is always good, right? I mean, I don't know about the two of you, but when I was growing up, a new monster book, no matter like Monster Manual 2 really wasn't all that great, but I was still excited because it was a new monster book, right? I mean, I'm all about monster books. You can never have too many monsters, so having an opportunity to add more monsters to a monster book is a good thing. I will die on that hill.
Okay, Elena, we have somebody in the chat who wants to. Can we re-show the picture of the? I'm not even going to try to say the right way. The dark. Yeah. So for you in the chat who might have missed the picture, that was the last one we unlocked. It's a pretty cool monster, actually. The art's amazing.
Oh wow, that's
Bob, you puzzling over that? So technically, Bob, it's only 2-dimensional, which is why your brain can't wrap itself around it. You just got to pretend you're like in the Matrix or something, or
So it's 2-dimensional. So it's sort of like the cheap throwing stars I had when I was in high school.
Right. It's like the ones you make and then cover with like aluminum foil. Remember those?
Yeah, it's got 2 faces, and one of them seems very, very happy, and the other seems very disgruntled.
It bestows good and bad luck, is what it does. So,
Oh, okay. Okay.
When you smack it, it spins around, and you never know what face is going to end up facing you. So,
And technically, one face is disgruntled and the other face is gruntled, right?
Yes, because gruntled is a word. You are correct.
Yes, it's the gruntle.
Gruntled and disgruntled. One is very gruntled.
The duo gruntle, maybe that's what we should call it. The dark gruntle.
Bi-gruntle. It's the bi-gruntle.
The bi-gruntle.
Hilo was responsible for this one too. So
Yeah.
If I'm recalling correctly.
The art's amazing. I like it's one of those images that I could totally see this art order going horribly wrong, and I wish I knew who did this. Whoever did this captured it in a really appropriately kind of creepy sci-fi kind of way.
It's really cool looking. It throws my brain a little bit when I look at it. But two-dimensional monsters are fantastic. Just think of the melee damage it could do passing through you.
And the good news is we print on two-dimensional books, so we could maybe print the art on each side of the page or something. Or maybe not. I don't know. That sounds too hard.
I don't know. I've recently been working on an adventure where I start getting into 5 and 7 dimensional space. So 2-dimensional is a nice step back, I think.
Wait, so 4 is time. What's 5, 6, and 7?
Well, see, when you get into higher dimensions, you start getting into cross universe and cross time. So you're actually getting into at higher dimensions. You gain the ability to see multiple places or all places, or to be multiple places or at multiple times. Higher dimensions are not necessarily larger. They don't encompass. They're smaller. They're fractional. I did a lot of reading on this, and it hurt my brain a lot. But I got to, in the adventure, I got to use the phrase, and just think you are a medieval warrior who now has been introduced to the concept that a point is a line in time because you've witnessed it. So yeah, multidimensional spaces get really strange, but it's a lot of fun to play around.
Wow, that was deep, Bob.
Well, this is what happens when my brain starts going, let's do something new, different, and fun for an adventure. So, as a matter of fact, I was playtesting it at GaryCon. By the way, you're paying for this adventure, Joe. So,
yeah, I was going to tell you how good it was. I meant to cover that.
But yeah, no. So you can do all sorts of things with multiple dimensions, higher dimensions, lower dimensions. I mean, a 2-dimensional creature is fantastic, and if you think about it, opens up a whole avenue of what ifs for a judge. What happens if now you throw your party into a 2-dimensional space? They've got 2 directions to go. That's it. There's no avoiding things, and let them play with that and see what their psyches do with it. I mean, there's always fun stuff, right? I mean, you look at the the very old stuff that used to pop up as example adventures in the DMG, and it's oh, well, this is frictionless floor. Never really thought about what it would take to make it.
Wait, sorry, Bob. Sorry to interrupt. I'm watching the countdown clock. We might actually be counting down at this point.
Oh my
17 seconds left.
Oh, come on,
all the
people.
overtime kept resetting it. If nobody does it, so we'll do a countdown together. I'm about to show 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
oh, yes,
2,
I hop on and I kill the show.
1.
Ended.
Oh, it actually ended. Bobby took us home, man. He took us home.
Well, it's nice to have finally been here for the end of the Caverns of Thracia backer kit.
Yeah, you can keep streaming if you want, Bob. I mean,
Well, yeah, I wasn't even planning on being here for another 2 hours, so.
Time zones, man, they're hard.
$348,525, 2,404 backers. So that takes us to, I think it's how many? 14? I think we did not get 16, so I think we have 14 backer monster slots. I'm just going to go down.
Yeah, good point. Good count. And so the last one cleared in terms of the overtime monsters was the Benicia. Now I feel like I should. Yeah, we need to illustrate somebody saying, like a dungeon master saying that. You know,
You need to
like
record Joey Royale saying it.
Yes, that is the move. Good call.
That's what we need.
Backer monsters.
But so backers are going to get 11. I think 11 sort of regular monsters plus 6 OT monsters plus the 16 bonus page monsters. I can't add that high. Hold on. What did I say? That's like 33 bonus monsters.
Write this down.
Yeah, somebody write this down. No, but anyway, thank you everybody for supporting it. Thank you to all 2,404 people. Mike, would you like to read out their names?
Yes. I'm done.
Thank you, everybody.
That's what I was doing.
Okay. Yes. You were all names at once at the same time.
That's Benicia. Yeah. Actually, it's an anagram. It's an acronym for everybody who backs name. That's it.
Someone thought they didn't get the Bane Gremlins.
I thought the Bane Gremlins. Oh wait, hold on. That was one of the stretch goal monsters, right? That was the one that Aaron came on and discussed. Hold on, let me check the page here. Yep. I mean, those Bane Gremlins looked awesome. Oh yeah, they were 325. They were right around the corner. Yeah. Nope. Well, you know, there's always Denizens 3. Yep. Seriously though, thanks everybody for supporting this project. You know, it's crazy times in the gaming industry with tariffs and everything else happening right now. So thanks to everybody for your support. It does mean a lot to us, and it really does let us keep this whole crazy thing going. And so we will now go back and start writing, editing, illustrating, laying out, getting stuff off to the printer, and get cracking on getting you guys your next monster book, which will be awesome.
Cracking.
Kraken, that was the last project, right?
Yeah. The last project was Cyclops and Biclops and Cyclops.
Cyclops, yes. Yes. Mike, Bob, any closing parting words from you guys?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody who stopped by over the last 11 hours, however long we were here, and just, you know, got some great insights into the creative process behind doing this. I certainly appreciated this because it's a lot easier on my end. It's just, you know, putting black marks on a white sheet of paper, and you know, everybody else is much broader, colorful palette than I do. So.
Well, I just want to thank everybody for supporting, you know, Dungeon Denizens too, right? It's a second monster book. Again, as I said, you can never have too many monster books. There's so many great ideas, and there's so many great new voices that have been contributing to this book. So, I mean, with projects like this, yes, you're getting new monsters, but it's not just, you know, Goblin Take 5. It's something new from somebody else who's creating really cool stuff, and people getting their first chances to make monsters with stuff like this is phenomenal. And as a judge or as a GM, it pays off because you're getting more really cool ideas. So thank you for supporting new cool ideas.
Cool. And thanks everybody, and we'll see you next time. Take it easy.